Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
American Comics Ancestors. One villain template a week. Part 1. Please form a band with me. On a sunny afternoon, a blonde girl extended such an invitation to Leon. If one didn't know better, they'd think Leon was in the world of girls' band cry. But in reality, the world he lived in was the American comics universe. A chaotic, dangerous, and abstract world. And the person inviting him to join the band was none other than Spider-Woman, Gwen Stacy. Gwen Stacy was currently a bit nervous and somewhat apprehensive. Looking at the silent Leon, her hands, hidden behind her back, quietly clenched. It wasn't that she had feelings for Leon. It was mainly because Leon was already a minorly famous music producer. A single he created had even won a Grammy Award. Undoubtedly, Leon was a big shot. At least in the field of music. Meanwhile, Gwen Stacy's band had just been formed. They weren't even minorly famous, they were completely unknown. For such a band to invite a successful music producer to join. It felt a bit like they were courting death by being overambitious. Gwen Stacy was only giving it a shot by using the fact that they were classmates. To be honest, she didn't think Leon would agree either. As for Leon, if Gwen Stacy had invited him to join the band yesterday, he definitely would have refused. Because he didn't want to die. Teaming up with a notorious, teammate killer, like Spider-Man. How much of a death wish would he need to have? But now, he felt like challenging his own weaknesses. As a transmigrator, after Leon learned what kind of world he had come to, his first thought was to move. Forget about staying in New York, he didn't even want to stay in the entire United States. He was terrified that one day, during some crisis event, he would be kicked to death by a supervillain like a stray dog on the side of the road. And to move, he needed money. To make money, Leon shamelessly chose plagiarism. Plagiarizing classic songs from his previous life and passing them off as his own original works in this life. Thanks to his profession in his previous life, he actually knew a thing or two about music. Thus, he was able to successfully complete his plagiarism work. Just as everything was progressing according to Leon's expectations. Selling songs, making money, and preparing to move after achieving fame and fortune. The system arrived. The system was quite simple and crude. It didn't require Leon to complete any missions, nor did it require him to do anything actively. He just had to stay alive. As long as Leon remained alive, the system would give him a villain template every week. The system awakened yesterday and immediately gave him the Reishogu template. This caused a change in Leon's plans. When he had no power, he was timid and cautious. Now that he had power, if he were still timid and cautious, wouldn't that power be a full waste? Decisively, Leon tore up his original plan. He created a new plan. The Homelander. He wanted to be everyone's ancestor. Maybe not doing whatever he wanted, but at the very least, he had to live wildly. At the very least, he had to stir up some trouble to prove he had been there. Therefore, facing Gwen Stacy's invitation now, Leon thought for a moment and then nodded under Gwen's pleasantly surprised gaze. A band, huh? Sounds pretty good. I'll give it a try then. When he had no power, Leon really didn't dare to have any interaction with Gwen. Spider-Man has always been a lone star of misfortune throughout the ages. Getting close to Spider-Man is your life bought in bulk. Are you not afraid of death? But now, with power coursing through him, would he be afraid of a mere Spider-Man debuff? And truth be told, Spider-Gwen is really quite attractive. It would be a pity not to get to know her. Following the excited Gwen, Leon went all the way to their secret base. A remote warehouse at Empire State University. Before even entering, he heard bursts of conversation coming from inside. The content of the conversation could only be described as a bit unrefined. When women chat together, it's far more explicit than when men do. Gwen heard these conversations too. Her face instantly turned red, and she was so embarrassed she wanted to curl her toes into the floor. Giving Leon a sheepish smile, Gwen coughed heavily, interrupting the conversation of the few women inside. Then, she led Leon inside. No way. It can't be. Leon, it's really Leon. Gwen, you. Could it be? Upon seeing Leon, the three female college students in the warehouse all became excited. Gwen was very satisfied with her teammates' reactions. She immediately said, "Sisters, let's give a warm welcome to the final piece of the legendary The Mary Janes. The famous legendary musician, Leon, has joined us." As soon as she finished speaking, a chorus of wild cheers erupted. Even Mary Jane, the flower of Empire State University, known for her intellectualism, was blushing and clapping her hands incessantly. It was clear how excited the members of the Mary Janes were about Leon joining. Once the atmosphere calmed down slightly, Leon stood up and said, "Unknown nobodies are world-famous stars. Everyone, I absolutely do not want our band to be the former." The motivational speech worked, causing the girls to cheer once again. They shouted slogans like, "World famous. Long live Leon." Very smoothly, Leon integrated into this new band at light speed. The Mary Janes. The founders were Mary Jane and Gwen Stacy. Besides the two of them, the remaining two members were Betty Brant and Glory Grant. Leon, who had a fair understanding of American comics, could only say that they were like a crowd of immortals. None of them were simple. Not to mention Mary Jane and Gwen Stacy. One was Spider-Man Peter Parker's official love interest, and the other was Peter Parker's childhood friend. At the same time, both of them had moments where they became Spider-Woman. As for Betty Brant, in some versions of the Spider-Verse, she had married Spider-Man and had even been a host for Venom. Glory Grant was also a heavy hitter. While having a fling with Spider-Man, she had also been possessed by evil sorcerers multiple times, becoming a supervillain. She even had a few records of killing Spider-Man. In short, this tiny the Mary Janes. Every single person was a hidden talent, none were simple characters. And Leon, needless to say, a transmigrator and a collection of villain templates. As for this the Mary Janes with all these members assembled. Whether they could become world famous in the music industry was one thing. But in the field of no-holds-barred fighting, they were definitely the strongest band. Who could possibly beat them? After some coordination, the positions in the Mary Janes were settled. Drummer Gwen Stacy, keyboardist Glory Grant, bassist Betty Brant, lead guitarist and female lead singer Mary Jane. And Leon served as the rhythm guitarist and male lead singer. After deciding their respective positions, what remained was to practice together. Supposedly to build chemistry and experience the band's style. In reality, Leon was fretting. Which song should he plagiarize? Because it was the first day of joining the band. The five members were in no hurry to start practicing. After some brief conversation to get closer to one another, the five of them soon prepared to go out for a meal to celebrate the band's official formation at Gwen's suggestion. Leon naturally had no objection to this. He wasn't short on money anyway. Having previously relied on selling songs and copyrights, Leon might not have been extremely wealthy, but he had certainly achieved financial freedom. It was just a meal, it was pocket change. And so, surrounded by Gwen and the others, Leon left the band's warehouse. Walking along the paths of Empire State University, the group of five quickly attracted many gazes. The boys were naturally filled with envy, jealousy, and hate toward Leon. They wished they could take his place. After all, Gwen and the others were all beautiful girls and quite famous at Empire State University. Not to mention there were four of them together. The girls were also eager and wanted to join in. Leon was also a certified celebrity at Empire State University. He had a great build, outstanding looks, and most importantly, talent. A genius music creator and a wealthy man with financial freedom. His appeal was extremely high. If Leon hadn't been so focused on making money to move, he could have lived a life of luxury long ago. With such a group together, how could they not be attractive? Many people had already started taking photos secretly, preparing to upload the news to the university forum. This was definitely news. And in a certain corner, Peter Parker and his best friend Harry Osborn watched Leon being surrounded as he left Empire State University. Their eyes were as dejected as a stray dog's. As someone who had a crush on Mary Jane and was Gwen Stacy's childhood friend, Peter Parker naturally knew about them forming a band. Peter Parker really wanted to join, but although he was smart, he knew absolutely nothing about music. Originally, it wasn't a big deal. After all, the other members of the Mary Janes were all girls. Peter Parker wasn't worried. But now, he was truly jealous. Watching Leon surrounded by Mary Jane, Gwen Stacy, and the others. Peter Parker was so jealous he was almost in tears. He was clearly there first. And Peter's emotions were well perceived by his best friend Harry Osborn. Not wanting to see his friend so down, Harry suggested, how about we follow them? We can use the excuse of a chance encounter and then have a meal together. Harry's suggestion was purely out of kindness. Unfortunately, where would Peter Parker get the courage? If he had the courage, he would have been in a relationship long ago. Would he still be standing here watching silently? Peter Parker was tempted by Harry's suggestion. But he soon shook his head. Forget it, it's a band activity, it has nothing to do with us. It's better not to disturb them. Seeing Peter Parker's obviously insincere expression, Harry couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Such a coward. But it wasn't surprising. Because that was just how Peter Parker was. Before becoming Spider-Man, Peter Parker was a total loser. Smart but introverted, weak and subservient. His first reaction to bullying was always to endure it. Only occasionally would his blood boil and he'd resist. Then he'd go back to being a loser. Until later, after becoming Spider-Man and realizing that, with great power comes great responsibility, did he gradually become the chatterbox Spider-Man. But unfortunately, there was no Peter Spider-Man in this world. There was only Spider-Gwen. So Peter Parker really could only become a failed man. Since everyone was a college student and had no stable income yet, they didn't look for any high-end restaurants. Instead, they just found a random diner and started eating. The lively Gwen was undoubtedly the conversation starter, and Leon's high emotional intelligence allowed him to handle her topics well. With the two of them working together, the atmosphere was quite good. Even Mary Jane started talking more. The meal was eaten with great satisfaction. Meanwhile, in a car not far outside the restaurant, several tattooed thugs were staring intently at them. Boss, the target is locked. We can strike in a moment. Okay, remember to keep it clean. Leon is a somewhat famous music producer after all. It'll be a hassle if things get out of hand. Understood, boss. We won't mess up. As a person with money and talent but no power, Leon was naturally targeted. After all, this was New York. And Gotham was only known as Little New York. One could imagine how chaotic it was here. Gangs ran rampant, and villains were countless. In this situation, Leon was simply a gem in the dark, shining brightly and attracting attention. There were plenty of people who wanted to kidnap him. After the celebratory dinner ended, Leon said goodbye to Gwen and the others. Then he drove off, preparing to go home. Because he had planned to move, Leon hadn't chosen to buy property in New York. Instead, he still lived in the house his parents left him in Queens. This gave some people an opportunity. When Leon drove into Queens, those following him immediately caught up. They soon blocked Leon's car from the front and back. In a situation like this, Leon would have definitely panicked yesterday. But now, he even felt like laughing. In fact, he had noticed these people long ago. He just didn't take it to heart. After all, he had now obtained all the combat power of Ra's al Ghul. As a villain, Ra's al Ghul might be far from being compared to a Kryptonian big shot like General Zod. However, he was definitely not weak either. At the very least, ordinary supervillains would only be beaten soundly when facing Ra's al Ghul. Not to mention ordinary people. With such power at his disposal, how could Leon be panicked? Looking at those tattooed thugs who stopped his car and stepped out. If Leon wanted to, 1 second would be enough to dismantle all of them. In fact, Leon was quite willing. Just as Leon was about to take action and start acting, he sensed the arrival of someone unexpected. This made Leon temporarily suppress his urge to act. No rush, let's wait and see. With that thought, Leon pretended to be an ordinary person, looking at the group of burly men in a panic. Then, under the aim of their guns, he fearfully opened the car door. Just as Leon was about to be coerced and taken away, the unexpected person finally appeared. Hello, may I ask what you are doing? Kidnapping. Wow, that's not something good people should do. A playful female voice rang out, making the tattooed thugs turn around immediately. They then saw Spider-Woman, wearing a black, white, and pink spider suit, looking at them composedly. After hesitating for only 0.1 seconds, the tattooed thugs fired directly at Spider-Woman. Then, all the bullets fired were dodged by Spider-Woman. She then shot out clumps of spider silk, sticking all of them to the car. Immediately after, Spider-Woman rushed over. With a few punches and kicks, she knocked everyone unconscious. Witnessing all this, Leon only had one thought left in his head. Tight suits are really romantic. Hey man, you're not hurt, are you? After taking care of those guys, Spider-Woman turned around and asked Leon. No, thanks to you. Otherwise, it's hard to say what would have happened. Leon replied, seeing Spider-Woman turning to leave. Leon continued, can I get an autograph? I'm a fan. After saying that, he silently added in his heart. A fan of her body. Meanwhile, Spider-Woman's face behind the mask was grinning ear to ear. Her own teammate turned out to be her fan. She really looked forward to seeing Leon's expression when he eventually learned Spider-Woman's true identity. She laughed a bit mischievously inside, but on the surface, Spider-Woman Gwen readily agreed, sure, no problem. Let's see, where should I sign? Right here. Taking the marker Leon handed over, Gwen signed her name on the steering wheel of Leon's car. Then, without lingering, she vanished with a whoosh. After briefly explaining the situation to the late-arriving NYPD officers, Leon soon returned home. Instead of rushing to sleep, he put on a black trench coat and waited quietly for late night to arrive. When the clock hands reached 12, Leon stood up. The weather in New York wasn't great today, it was drizzling. But it didn't affect Leon much. He didn't take an umbrella, but he brought a knife. Leon set out. Spider-Woman was broad-minded and merciful, only ever subduing criminals instead of killing them. But Leon wasn't like that. Leon couldn't tolerate anyone plotting against him for even a single day. They all had to die. NYPD, Queens Precinct. A group of 5 tattooed thugs walked out swaggeringly. It was the same group that had tried to kidnap Leon earlier. Spider-Woman was still too naive, thinking that handing criminals over to the police would prevent them from hurting people again. Little did she know, for some criminals, being handed to the police was actually the greatest protection. Not even a night had passed, and they were already out. It's all that fool Spider-Woman's fault for ruining our plans. Otherwise, the target would already be in our hands. I don't know whose fool she is, running around in pajamas late at night. If I find out, I'll definitely give her what's coming to her. But jokes aside, Spider-Woman's figure is amazing. If only I could, hee hee. To be honest, I was thinking the same thing, haha. They didn't have the slightest fear of the police station. As soon as they stepped out, these tattooed thugs burst into laughter. They didn't even fear Spider-Woman, who had sent them in, very much. Instead, they were filled with wicked thoughts. However, all that talk vanished once they saw the man dressed in a well-tailored, handmade black suit. It was replaced by utter deference. Because this man was their boss. A bunch of useless trash. You couldn't even handle a kidnapping and needed me to bail you out. Just wait and see how I deal with you later. A single sentence made these thugs, who were defiant toward the police and even Spider-Woman, fall silent as cicadas in winter. Their boss was very satisfied with this result. Then, with a wave of his hand, he ordered his subordinates into the car. The boss actually knew in his heart that he couldn't blame his underlings for this. After all, they ran into Spider-Woman. Even if he had been there, the result would have been the same. But as a boss, if you don't take the opportunity to discipline your underlings, how can you establish authority? That's the logic of being a boss. Soon, with his underlings in tow, the boss drove back to their headquarters. The failure of this attempt to kidnap Leon had already put Leon on guard. They had to plan their next move carefully. But in reality, this group didn't need to plan for the future at all. Because they didn't have a future anymore. Because Leon was watching them from a nearby tall building. Leon never let his vengeance wait overnight. Golden Record, a rising star in the record industry in recent years. Located in New York, it had launched several successful newcomers over the past few years. It was considered to be flourishing. However, while making money, this record company's reputation within the industry was somewhat notorious. Because it always liked to use dishonorable means to compete. The reason for this was quite simple. Who else could the boss behind this record company be but Kingpin? That's right, Golden Record was one of Kingpin's properties. As the kingpin of crime, after monopolizing most of the business in New York's underworld, it was only natural that Kingpin's business tentacles began to spread into legitimate industries. The record industry was just a part of Kingpin's vast commercial empire. Precisely because the executives of Golden Record were all Kingpin's people. It led to Golden Record using very dirty tactics to make money and gain market share. The head of Golden Record, Dave Dahl, simply came up with the idea to kidnap Leon. Leon was a recognized genius songwriter. In the year or so since his debut, he had already written over a dozen hit singles. This kind of output and quality almost guaranteed the steady rise of at least 2 A-list stars. The annual profit would be at least $100 million. Who could resist that? Unfortunately, while Dave Dahl's plan was sound, the execution went wrong. He had the bad luck of running into Spider-Woman and returned in defeat. Even more unfortunate was that Leon was no longer the ordinary person he was yesterday. Following Dave Dahl's car all the way, Leon finally arrived at the Golden Record Company. After observing for a moment, Leon quickly figured out who these people were. He also understood the whole story behind the situation. Since that was the case, what else was there to say? Just start killing. Leon appeared directly, and before the others could react, he just started killing. In the blink of an eye, the 5 people closest to Leon fell. They didn't even see how Leon made his move. The remaining people realized the danger and tried to fight back. But they were too slow. While they were drawing their guns, Leon quickly killed another batch. By the time they finally drew their guns and pulled the triggers on Leon, they were horrified to find that Leon had dodged the bullets with just a slight sidestep. Without a doubt, this was a carnage. For Leon, who possessed the Ra's al Ghul template, slaughtering these ordinary gangsters was like mowing grass. Over 30 people didn't even last 5 seconds. Only the last one, Dave Dahl, remained. Before Dave Dahl could even speak, Leon picked up a handgun and shoved it into his mouth. Dave Dahl had originally wanted to use Kingpin's name to threaten Leon. But Leon gave him no chance at all. He pulled the trigger directly. Clean and efficient, pulling the weeds out by the roots. Until the moment they died, these people didn't know who had killed them. As for Leon, only after finishing the killing did he feel a slight internal discomfort. But he quickly suppressed it. Am I a monster? Perhaps a little. Ra's al Ghul. He can be called the arch-nemesis of Batman. A powerful villain who has left Batman powerless and beaten several times. Aside from not having the ridiculous stats of a Kryptonian or any fancy magic, Ra's al Ghul is almost all-powerful. He is a master of all styles of fighting and has mastered dozens of profound assassination techniques. He also possesses hundreds of years of accumulated combat experience and battle instincts that are unimaginably rich. Furthermore, Ra's al Ghul has soaked in the Lazarus pit, granting him the vitality of immortality. His physique has also surpassed the limits of humanity, reaching a superhuman level. Compared to Ra's al Ghul, Batman, who is hailed as the peak human, is like a small child. In terms of combat power alone, it's a complete stomp. Let alone a bunch of ordinary gangsters. Facing Leon, who held the Ra's al Ghul template, they were all killed within seconds, unable to hold out at all. It was easier than killing chickens. After killing Kingpin's subordinates, Leon was in no hurry to leave. Instead, he turned to the window and said, "Friend, you've been watching for so long, aren't you coming out?" The next moment, a figure appeared outside the window. Spider-Woman. The sound of those gangsters firing earlier had attracted her, leading her to follow the noise here. She thought she would encounter a crime scene. She didn't expect it to be a slaughterhouse. And the butcher was Leon. Fortunately, Leon was currently concealing his face and using a disguised voice, otherwise, Spider-Woman would have definitely recognized him. However, even if she didn't recognize him, the current scene was still very troublesome. Because no matter how you looked at it, Leon was a villain. Spider-Woman never lets any villain go. She was briefly startled by the bloody and cruel scene. But soon, Spider-Woman regained her composure. She looked at Leon with a solemn gaze, although I can guess these people weren't good. Your methods are even more cruel. Aside from the law, no one can take another's life at will. A dangerous existence like you should go to prison and reflect properly. Spider-Woman's father is a police captain. Because of this, she has had a strong sense of legality since childhood. Even when facing those thugs, Spider-Woman would not use violence to suppress violence. Instead, she would subdue them and hand them over to the police. Naturally, she couldn't stand Leon's methods. Killing directly was too cruel. Such a dangerous person must be locked up. After speaking, Spider-Woman no longer hesitated and kicked through the glass to charge in. Only now did Leon feel Spider-Woman's strength. Her movements were as agile as a swimming dragon, and her strength was surprisingly great. Moreover, her flexibility was maxed out. She could easily perform all sorts of incredible maneuvers. But then again, Leon wasn't weak either. Facing the rapidly approaching Spider-Woman, Leon decisively opened fire. The bullets were fast and accurate, even including predictions of her movement. He easily forced back Spider-Woman's first wave of offense. Ra's al Ghul is a master of almost all fighting arts, and Gun Fu is naturally no exception. His marksmanship was more elite than even the best sharpshooters. Truly, without using a gun, how could one be a grandmaster of the era? However, guns also have their limits. That is, bullet capacity. When the bullets ran out, Spider-Woman attacked again. She didn't give Leon a chance to switch guns. Leon wouldn't make such a low-level mistake either. He immediately engaged in close-quarters combat with Spider-Woman. Spider-Woman is very strong, there is no doubt about that. Besides being fast and agile, Spider-Woman's strength is also quite considerable. Spider-Man's normal strength is roughly between 30 to 60 tons. The specific value varies by version. As for Spider-Woman Gwen's strength, after personal experience, Leon judged it to be around 35 tons. It's considered on the lower middle end. But it's still exaggerated. After all, every punch is equivalent to a heavy truck impact. Ordinary people really can't block it. These are truly punches of absolute stats. Fortunately, Leon is no ordinary person. Having fused with the Ra's al Ghul template, his strength is not inferior compared to Spider-Woman's. The main thing is that Leon's techniques are too overpowered. Predicting moves, setting traps, interrupting combos, striking weaknesses. Compared to Leon, Spider-Woman Gwen was like a clumsy infant. Despite having similar stats, she was being suppressed and beaten. It was only Spider-Gwen's spider sense doing its job that allowed her to dodge several killing moves. Otherwise, she would have been defeated by now. Even so, Spider-Gwen fought with great frustration. That feeling of having strength but being unable to use it made her so frustrated she wanted to vomit blood. However, the one who was definitely more frustrated was Kingpin. Because as Leon and Spider-Gwen fought, the entire office area on one floor of the Golden Record was completely demolished. Walls made of reinforced concrete couldn't stop the two human demolition machines, Leon and Gwen, and were mostly torn down in minutes. Even two load-bearing walls were smashed to pieces. Seeing that if they continued fighting, not only could she not win against Leon, but the building was at risk of collapsing. Gwen finally found an opportunity to pull back and distance herself from Leon. Then she stared at him indignantly, no longer continuing to charge. Leon knew this was Gwen giving up and letting him leave. He did feel a bit of pride. After all, this was Spider-Woman, who isn't considered weak even among superheroes. To be able to gain the upper hand against an existence of this level. It was already quite good. But more than that, he felt anticipation. If just one, Ra's al Ghul, was this effective, then if he had a few more villain templates, wouldn't he be able to crush Gwen completely? He didn't linger and Leon quickly left. In any case, his goal had been achieved, and those who had designs on him had been pulled up by the roots. Next, he just needed to continue developing and wait for a new villain template. Gwen was left standing there, looking at the unrecognizable and bloody scene before her with a headache. She could already imagine what tomorrow's front page headlines would be. Hearing the police sirens wailing downstairs, Gwen didn't stay long either. With a single spider line, she quickly disappeared from the spot. A moment later, the director of the Queen's precinct arrived with a team of officers, looking at the unrecognizable scene on this floor. His face turned green with rage. They really didn't show any respect for the NYPD. Gwen, are you okay? You haven't seemed yourself all day today. During the rehearsal the next day, Mary Jane took advantage of the break to pat Gwen's shoulder and ask with concern. Little did she know that this pat made Gwen almost grit her teeth in pain. Thinking of this, Gwen gnashed her teeth in anger. This was all thanks to that mysterious and brutal guy from last night. He hit way too hard. But right now, she couldn't worry about last night's events. Gwen forced a smile and replied to Mary Jane, "I'm fine, I just didn't sleep well." Just as Mary Jane was suspicious and wanted to press further. Rescue arrived. Leon walked into the band's warehouse and said, "I had some inspiration last night and took the opportunity to write a song. How about we use it as our band's first debut single? Doctor, actor, lawyer or a singer? Doctor, actor, lawyer, or singer? Why not president, be a dreamer? Why not president? Be a dreamer." A simple band warehouse. When Leon brought the song he had just written copied. Be what you wanna be. And after singing it through once. What responded to him were 4 shocked and bewildered faces. Seeing this, Leon smiled and said, "What? Are you guys not satisfied with this song?" At that moment, the others finally snapped out of it. Then came the screams. Cool. This song is seriously 10,000 times better than I imagined. The band's bassist, Betty Brant, said exaggeratingly. Crazy. Is this really our band's song? I mean, I think this could win a Grammy. The keyboardist, Glory Grant, said in disbelief. She never imagined Leon would give such a great song to their newly formed band. If this song were put up for sale, people would be waving cash to buy it. Even the usually intellectual and composed Mary Jane couldn't hide her excitement now. She looked at Leon with a flushed face, her eyes filled with admiration. Gwen was also incredibly excited, looking at Leon with stars in her eyes. This song is definitely the best I've ever heard. I absolutely love it. Looking at the excited and admiring gazes of the 4 band members, Leon suppressed the urge to smirk. He said calmly, "Well, I actually think this song is great too. Thanks to Spider-Woman, she gave me the inspiration yesterday." This statement successfully piqued the interest of the band members. The other 3 quickly crowded around to ask what Leon had gone through yesterday. Gwen, however, had a strange look on her face. Because she was Spider-Woman. But she didn't recall talking to Leon about music yesterday. She had clearly just given Leon an autograph. And he wrote a song just from that. Facing the others' curiosity, Leon explained, "Made up, last night, something bad happened to me, and Spider-Woman saved me. She even gave me an autograph. At that time, I thought she must be a strong and brave girl. After all, Spider-Woman's reputation isn't great, many people call her a thug. I'm sure she knows this, but she still remains active as Spider-Woman, saving one person after another who faces difficulties like I did. It was from her that I got the inspiration for this song. Don't worry about a bit of criticism and slander, go and become the person you want to be." Well, all of the above was just Leon making things up. He had done similar things many times over the past year. Whenever he produced a classic track, he would always invent some creator's journey story. He could really spout such words at the drop of a hat. And the reason he made up such words here was quite simple. Yeah, it was to farm favorability points. After all, Spider-Woman was Gwen, and she was standing right in front of him. Saying such things right to Gwen's face. Leon could feel Gwen's favorability towards him constantly increasing by +1, even with his eyes closed. And that was indeed the case. After hearing Leon describe his creative journey, Gwen was more moved than surprised. There was only one thought left in her mind. He really understands me. Just as Leon said, Spider-Woman's reputation wasn't good. Not only was there a big hater smearing her in the media day after day, but her father, the director of the Queensboro precinct, had said on the news more than once that Spider-Woman was a thug who should be brought to justice. Even her own father saw her that way. One could imagine how hard it was for Gwen to be Spider-Woman and go out to act as a hero. Now, she had finally met someone who truly understood and empathized with her. How could Gwen not be moved? At this moment, Gwen felt that everything she had done in the past had meaning. She was definitely not a thug who ran amok just because she had power. But these were just the thoughts in Gwen's heart. She certainly wouldn't say them out loud. So she just gave Leon a hug to express her gratitude. And this scene happened to be caught by Peter. After a night of thinking, Peter Parker felt that he couldn't just do nothing. So today, he plucked up the courage to come to the band warehouse, planning to see if he could join in. If he couldn't be a band member, being a roadie or a manager would be fine too. He couldn't really let Gwen, Mary Jane, and the others be alone with Leon. As it turned out, he arrived just in time to see Gwen hugging Leon. This instantly froze Peter in his tracks. Then, only one sentence remained in his mind. I shouldn't be here, I should be under the car. Before being discovered, Peter fled in a panic. In the end, he still couldn't summon the courage. Peter, you're. In the evening, seeing Peter come home reeking of alcohol, May said in shock. Uncle Ben also stood up and took off the reading glasses he always wore. To this, Peter only responded with a bitter smile. Then he went into his room without a word, leaving behind a worried May and a thoughtful Uncle Ben. This child. Peter has never been like this before. May was flustered. Peter had always been a good boy. He had never come home this late before, let alone drinking. But today, not only did he come back late, but he had also drunk so much. It was obvious something had happened. Uncle Ben, however, saw through to the truth. If nothing else, Peter was most likely suffering from a broken heart. It's normal. Men, who hasn't had their heart broken? Alright, don't worry about it. Peter will be better tomorrow. At most, I'll find some time to have a heart-to-heart with him and cheer him up. With Uncle Ben's comfort, May's heart gradually eased. And Uncle Ben's guess was completely correct. Peter's abnormal behavior today was entirely because he saw Gwen and Leon hugging. In his distress, he chose to drown his sorrows in alcohol. But even so, after returning to his room, Peter's mind was still full of the scene he had witnessed at the band warehouse during the day. Why? I was clearly first. But, he really is too outstanding. And I'm just a loser. Peter Parker was very unwilling. Gwen was his childhood friend. But he also had to admit that Leon was far superior to him. Whether it was looks or talent, he was much stronger. The only thing he was better than Leon at was his grades. But in the US, academic performance isn't considered that much of an advantage. Furthermore, what made Peter feel worse was that during this time, Gwen had clearly become much more distant from him. Before, he and Gwen, if not inseparable, were at least often together. But lately, Gwen hadn't taken the initiative to look for him. Even if they met, they wouldn't chat for more than a few sentences before she would quickly leave. Peter didn't know why, or even if he had done something wrong. In reality, Gwen simply didn't have the time. She had to study hard during the day and go out to act as a hero at night. Where would she find the time to hang out with Peter? All her time was spent catching up on sleep. But this undoubtedly hurt Peter deeply. He felt as though he and Gwen were drifting further and further apart. What's the result? The top floor of Kingpin Tower. Kingpin's office. The tall and burly Kingpin stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, his deep gaze fixed upon New York City beneath his feet. Without turning his head, he questioned the subordinate behind him. The subordinate quickly replied, "Boss, we've investigated thoroughly. Regarding the tragedy at Golden Record, besides a you-know-who whose identity is temporarily unknown, the other is Spider-Woman. That you-know-who slaughtered our people and later fought with Spider-Woman when she arrived." News of the tragedy at Golden Record had reached Kingpin's ears almost immediately. Naturally, Kingpin didn't need to investigate such matters personally. He just needed to give an order to a lackey and wait for the results. However, Kingpin was not satisfied with this result. His massive frame turned around, staring directly at the trembling lackey in front of him. "Translate for me, what exactly do you mean by a you-know-who whose identity is unknown?" Kingpin's tone didn't fluctuate much. But it brought an immense sense of pressure to his subordinate. It instantly made him break out in a cold sweat. Crucially, he couldn't just stay silent. He could only steel himself and explain, "Boss, that you-know-who was ruthless and highly professional. No clues were left at the scene at all. Furthermore, I specifically had someone run comparisons, and we haven't found any targets with similar skills in past cases across the United States. Either this you-know-who came from another country, or this was their first time taking action. Leon's killings were too professional. Even with Kingpin's subordinates using many methods, they couldn't uncover Leon's true identity. They could only refer to him as you-know-who." After hearing these explanations, Kingpin gave a cold snort. But he didn't continue to place blame. He was a reasonable man and knew that he couldn't blame his lackey for this. It could only be that the you-know-who was too strong. Kingpin had also reviewed the reconstruction of the scene at Golden Record. In all honesty, he wasn't sure he could have done it so cleanly himself. Naturally, he wouldn't punish his subordinate for this. Being clear about rewards and punishments was also one of Kingpin's great charismatic traits. It was the root of how he built such a massive empire and why countless people followed him with absolute loyalty. However, this matter certainly wouldn't be dropped just like that. He was a mobster. When a mobster's men are killed and he cannot provide a response, it becomes very dangerous. It would mean appearing weak and appearing vulnerable to opportunity. Once that happens, trouble follows. One must understand that the most terrifying thing isn't someone actually moving against him, but rather someone thinking they can move against him. Once that happens, it would be the beginning of Kingpin's decline. He might be able to block the first and second waves of challenges. But what about the third or fourth? Therefore, this precedent must never be set. That you-know-who must be found and made to pay the price. Furthermore, there was Spider-Woman. She couldn't be let off either. Lately, Spider-Woman had already disrupted many of Kingpin's deals. It had already reached a point where Kingpin could no longer tolerate it. Thinking of this, Kingpin quickly said, "Pass down the orders, get the men moving. 3 days. Within 3 days, I want to see the corpses of that you-know-who and Spider-Woman appearing on the streets of New York. I want others to know the consequences of making an enemy of Kingpin." With Kingpin's command given, the entire New York underworld was in an uproar. Countless lowlifes and criminals began to stir, searching high and low for Spider-Woman and Leon. Compared to the elusive Spider-Woman, Leon was more conspicuous. Because not long before the bloodbath at Golden Record, the people from Golden Record were preparing to kidnap Leon. In other words, right after those people failed to kidnap Leon, they were slaughtered. It was hard to say that Leon had nothing to do with that, you-know-who. This resulted in Leon being targeted by many people. Leon noticed this as soon as he stepped out of the gates of Empire State University. He was indeed a bit puzzled. Because Leon believed he had killed cleanly enough. How could he still be targeted? But on second thought, it made sense. Thinking from a villain's perspective, villains don't need evidence. They didn't need to find proof that Leon was, you-know-who. As long as it was possible that Leon was connected to, you-know-who, that was enough. As for whether they might be wrong, so what if they were? Leon would just have to be unlucky. That was the mindset of a villain. Only good people talk about evidence. Villains have always preferred to kill the wrong person rather than let a guilty one go. After realizing that this matter wasn't over yet, Leon's anger flared up as well. Since that was the case, let's play a big game. Did they really think they could just pick on him whenever they wanted? In this whole affair, Leon could be considered innocent. After all, everything started because the people from Golden Record wanted to kidnap him. However, in a sense, he wasn't innocent either. After all, this world and this city were just like that. Reasonless malice exists. And it randomly descends upon some unlucky fools, leaving them with nowhere to argue their case. And Leon's mistake was that he wasn't strong enough. At least in the eyes of others, he wasn't strong enough. Weakness is the original sin. He was weak, which was why he was targeted by sudden malice. It had nothing to do with whether Leon was innocent or not. Conversely, if Leon were strong enough to make others avoid him at all costs, would anyone still actively seek trouble with him? They would be thanking their lucky stars that Leon wasn't looking for trouble with them. Ultimately, it came down to strength. This world may seem civilized, but its essence has always been the law of the jungle. Having understood this, Leon decisively shifted his mindset. He no longer thought about staying low. If you have strength, you should show it, to make others fear or respect you. Otherwise, what's the point of having strength if you're just going to hide it? Night fell. Leon went out wearing a black trench coat. Just as he reached the door, he ran head-on into a group of gang members who clearly meant trouble. They were here to kidnap him. Both sides locked eyes, both were hardcore and ruthless. In the next second, they moved. Those with guns drew guns, and those with knives drew knives. In the end, Leon was faster. In a single second, all 7 men had their throats slit by Leon. After it was done, not a single drop of blood had stained Leon himself. He walked away as if nothing had happened, leaving only these 7 men to collapse one by one in pain and despair. And this was but the beginning of tonight's grand slaughter. Since Leon had decided to stop pretending, he naturally wouldn't let things go easily. Kingpin, the underground emperor. Then let's clash and see whose edge is sharper. Not long after Leon left, someone arrived at the scene. Seeing the corpses lying on the ground, the newcomer's gaze narrowed, his expression becoming extremely grave. Such methods, such sharpness. When did New York get such a ruthless character? Even for the Punisher, who believed in fighting violence with violence and eradicating evil entirely. He was shocked by Leon's methods. Truly, killing people was as ruthless as slaughtering chickens. Since he had decided to go big, Leon wouldn't settle for small-time trouble. He had to make Kingpin pay the price. And so, that night, Leon was very busy. Busy killing people. He fought his way from East New York to West New York. And then from South New York all the way to North New York. Along the way, as long as he encountered gang members or criminal strongholds, Leon would start a merciless slaughter. Leon himself couldn't remember exactly how many people he had killed, he only knew it was many, many. This wasn't over yet, with some time left before dawn. Leon arrived at the Kingpin Tower. He had to find the culprit and cause some trouble. At this moment, Kingpin was already overwhelmed with frustration. Throughout the night, Kingpin hadn't heard a single piece of good news. It was all nothing but bad news. Either his subordinates were killed, or one of his strongholds was wiped out. Even several hidden drug factories had been completely cleared out. The losses were immeasurable. Even someone as arrogant and wealthy as Kingpin felt a deep pang of distress tonight. What gave Kingpin an even bigger headache was the killer. Too brutal. If I had known it would lead to this, I would have preferred to act as if nothing happened. Kingpin thought with a hint of regret in his heart. The origin of all this stemmed from the Golden Record kidnapping Leon. That was the fuse for everything. Subsequently, the Golden Record was destroyed. Kingpin couldn't swallow his anger and chose to retaliate. That directly led to the escalation of the situation. If Kingpin had been even slightly reasonable and let the matter end there, everything tonight would not have happened. Leon wouldn't have gone on a killing spree. By now, Kingpin's losses were enough to set up 100 golden record companies. He had truly lost the watermelon while trying to pick up a sesame seed. A huge loss. What gave Kingpin an even bigger headache was that, at this stage, he could no longer control how things developed. Now, even if Kingpin were willing to reconcile with Leon, Leon wouldn't be willing. In short, it was very annoying. Compared to a brutal opponent like Leon, Kingpin would rather face 10 spider women. Leon's sense of oppression was truly a bit too much. For Kingpin, Spider-Woman was annoying, but she never caused him any fundamental damage. Nor had she ever truly made Kingpin wary. Because Spider-Woman was a good person, and her methods were limited. Kingpin didn't take her seriously at all. At most, he considered Spider-Woman a rather annoying flying insect. But Leon was different. Leon really killed people, and he was incredibly ruthless and extremely brutal. In one night, as many as 1,000 people died at Leon's hands. Not to mention the many businesses that were destroyed. Such a massive loss was unbearable even for Kingpin's scale. It was a true blow to his foundation. What was even harder to endure was that this was just one night. If Leon continued like this for a few days, Kingpin's underworld empire would collapse. And what was even more difficult to deal with, even if Kingpin killed Leon tonight, there would still be huge trouble. That is, Leon's actions tonight had repeatedly trampled on Kingpin's face as the underground emperor. After tonight, Kingpin's prestige would suffer a massive blow. Those who didn't dare challenge him before would start to become restless. Those who were previously suppressed would bare their teeth at him. Perhaps Kingpin could rely on his own strength and tactics to settle these difficulties. But how much effort would it take? In short, Kingpin truly regretted it. If he had known things would get to this point, he would have been crazy to care about the Golden Record massacre. What did losing those few subordinates matter compared to tonight's losses? There was absolutely no comparison. Just as Kingpin got angrier the more he thought about it, wishing he could dig up those dead subordinates from Golden Record and whip their corpses. Gunshots suddenly rang out on the floor where he was located. Following that was a series of screams and gunfire. This caused Kingpin's eyes to narrow, and the cigar in his fingers was snapped directly under his great strength. The situation Kingpin feared most had occurred. After killing so many people, Leon was still not satisfied. And finally set his sights on him. Leon had come for him. Kingpin sat upright in his executive chair, a brand new cigar in his mouth. His deep gaze fixed on the office door, his presence fully unleashed. Around Kingpin were his trusted subordinates. Each had already drawn their guns, waiting for someone to enter so they could immediately turn them into a sieve. The atmosphere at this moment had reached the peak of murderous intent. Just when it seemed like the tension would snap. With a click, the room's door lock was twisted open, and then the door was gently pushed open. In an instant, gunfire erupted. Kingpin's trusted men quickly emptied their magazines. But they didn't hit anything, they only gave the air a severe beating. While these people looked at each other in confusion, a cylindrical object flew in. It's a grenade. Someone cried out in alarm, and then the others instinctively tried to dive for cover. Little did they know that this was actually seeking death. In the instant the people in the room lost their composure, Leon rushed in. Moving through the crowd like a phantom, he easily harvested lives. By the time these people realized something was wrong and wanted to counterattack, it was too late. The last of Kingpin's subordinates didn't get to fire another shot, his throat sealed by one of Leon's throwing knives. At this point, only Leon and Kingpin remained in the office. It must be said that Kingpin was truly composed. Even now, his expression didn't change much. He still looked at Leon steadily. However, he couldn't hide it from Leon. The muscles beneath Kingpin's clothes were currently rippling, ready to explode with terrifying power at any moment. Clearly, Kingpin was already poised and ready for battle. But what Leon didn't expect was that Kingpin's first words were, "Can we reconcile?" Leon was stunned for a moment, then laughed. At this very moment, are you joking? It's come to this, and you want reconciliation. Is that even possible? Kingpin also knew it was impossible, but he wanted to try. There was no loss if it didn't work. Knowing clearly that reconciliation was impossible, Kingpin tore off his tie and dropped the cigar in his hand. He stood up from his executive chair, his massive frame fully revealed before Leon. Then, while rolling up his sleeves, he said to Leon, "I regret it. If I had known, I shouldn't have provoked you. It's not that you're stronger than I imagined, but that you're crazier than I imagined. A crazy guy like you, even I wouldn't want to provoke you." Kingpin was telling the truth. He didn't worry about Spider-Woman because she was good. A good person could never make Kingpin wary. But Leon was different, he was too ruthless. So ruthless that Kingpin was reminded of himself. How could he not be wary of someone like himself? If he had known Leon was this kind of ruthless person. No matter what, Kingpin wouldn't have offended Leon so deeply. But things had already reached this point, and there was no possibility of turning back. At this moment, there was only slaughter. Fortunately, Kingpin was also very good at this. From the earliest days as a small-time thug to becoming the underworld emperor today. He hadn't relied on his brain, but on his own martial prowess. At this very moment, Kingpin still felt no fear toward Leon. His only regret was that the price paid had been too high. He hadn't expected Leon to be such a lunatic. Wasn't it just kidnapping you once? Is it necessary to kill over 1,000 of my men in one night? Even as the underground emperor, Kingpin couldn't bring himself to do such a thing. A cold-blooded, hardcore man like him thought Leon was too extreme. If he had known Leon was such a lunatic, he would never have provoked him. But now that things had come to this, Kingpin had no choice but to face the consequences. Fortunately, he still had a chance. As long as he killed Leon here tonight. Then everything could still be salvaged, and his position could be maintained. Kingpin had absolute confidence in this. He firmly believed that the muscles and martial arts he had painstakingly practiced for decades were enough for him to win against any opponent. Even a Leon who had gone on a killing spree tonight. Kingpin's confidence was well-founded. Because he was truly strong. First of all, he was exceptionally gifted, possessing some degree of extraordinary bloodline within him. This gave him natural superhuman strength and allowed him to break through human limits step by step through training. And now, he had trained himself to a completely non-human level. Kingpin was nearly 2 meters tall and weighed nearly 300 kilograms. He looked like a sphere, terrifyingly obese. But the shocking part was that over 90% of the flesh on his body was muscle left behind after rigorous tempering. These muscles granted Kingpin a terrifying strength that completely exceeded human limits. This was also where he was non-human. How could a normal person train like Kingpin? Even the strength of 9 dragons couldn't be trained to Kingpin's level. You're telling me this is a human? In addition to tempering his body, Kingpin's refinement of his martial arts had never stopped. He was proficient in several fighting styles and had even studied orthodox yoga to enhance his flexibility and agility. This made Kingpin a completely agile fat sphere. Furthermore, Kingpin often sought out the world's top martial artists to practice with him. Every time it was 1 against 10, and every time Kingpin won decisively. It could be said that Kingpin's martial arts had also been tempered to a quite exaggerated degree. Martial arts plus a physical body forged Kingpin into this powerful villain. How strong was he? Strong enough to have defeated Spider-Man, Daredevil, and the Punisher head-on multiple times. He even had quite a few kill records. From this, one could see Kingpin's true power. It was precisely this great strength that gave Kingpin full confidence even when facing Leon. He didn't think he would lose at all. Then, 10 minutes later, as the floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floor of the Kingpin Tower shattered, the massive body plummeted in a direct free fall. With a dull thud, Kingpin had turned into a gold pancake. Falling from a rooftop over 100 meters high, even Kingpin's tempered body would be smashed into mincemeat. Meanwhile, Leon stood calmly before the shattered floor-to-ceiling window, looking down. Watching the flower of flesh and blood that exploded with Kingpin at its center, he smiled with satisfaction. Job done. It just so happened that the sky was beginning to brighten. It was time to go home and catch up on sleep. Kingpin was strong, there was no doubt about that. But Leon was stronger. To be precise, Ra's al Ghul was stronger. If Kingpin had crossed the human limit and reached the realm of the extraordinary, then Ra's al Ghul had already walked quite a distance along the path of the extraordinary long ago. Setting everything else aside, the gap in their basic stats alone was massive. Whether in strength or speed, Ra's al Ghul was ahead of Kingpin. Next was fighting technique. In this regard, Ra's al Ghul won by even more. Kingpin had spent decades polishing his fighting techniques. But Ra's al Ghul had spent centuries. With a tenfold difference in time and similar talent. It was a complete crush. A literal case of a father beating his son. Under these circumstances, it was already impressive that Kingpin could hold out for 10 minutes against Leon. This was also thanks to Kingpin having plenty of flesh and being able to take a beating. But that was it. At most, he was a durable punching bag with no possibility of threatening Leon. In fact, if Kingpin hadn't fallen to his death in the end, he wouldn't have lasted another few minutes before being beaten to death by Leon. His solid muscles had been hammered into pulp by Leon. His iron-like bones had already been mostly broken by Leon. His internal organs were damaged beyond measure. Only then did Kingpin turn directly into a pancake after falling. Otherwise, with Kingpin's physical toughness, even if he fell, it shouldn't have been this tragic. But saying all this now was meaningless. Kingpin was dead, and the incident was resolved. Leon could have some peace of mind for a while. However, while Leon could sleep, there were too many people who could not. Early morning, at Gwen's house. Gwen walked out of her room yawning. Before she could wash up, she first heard an exclamation from her father's room. What did you say? Kingpin is dead. Today isn't April Fool's Day, and this joke isn't funny at all. Alright, I understand. I'm heading over right now. Take your men and cordoning off the scene first. Don't let anyone destroy the evidence. Not long after George Stacy, the director of the Queen's Precinct and Gwen's father, finished his exclamation. His door was thrown open. In a hurry and not even fully dressed, he rushed out. He froze for a moment when he saw Gwen, then said, Gwen, I have an emergency. I'm heading to the station. Go to school by yourself today. With that, he jogged away. Normally, Gwen might have started pouting. But now, she couldn't care less about her father's haste because she was also shocked. Kingpin is dead. How did the underground emperor of New York City suddenly die? Gwen had fought many criminals recently. Most of them were Kingpin's men. It could be said that out of every 10 crimes in New York, at least 5 were related to Kingpin. So how could Gwen not know about Kingpin? And precisely because she knew, she was even more shocked. That was Kingpin. How could he just die for no reason? This question wasn't just on Gwen's mind. Many others were also pondering the same thing. How could the great Kingpin just die like that? The impact of Kingpin's death was immense. It was like a tsunami sweeping directly across all of New York. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say the entire East Coast was shaken by it. That was the power of Kingpin. And that was the impact brought by Kingpin's death. Today, countless media companies were in a frenzy. The owners of those media companies were all praying to God's cross, thanking nature for its bounty. So wealth really can fall from the sky. At the same time, countless gang members were ecstatic. A few ambitious individuals had all turned their eyes toward New York, the city of wealth. Clearly, they all wanted a piece of the feast following Kingpin's death, to carve out a territory in New York and feast on the spoils. How significant was the impact of Kingpin's death? It was no exaggeration to say. From this day forward, the entirety of New York would enter a state of chaos. Countless gangs, criminal syndicates, hardcore thugs, and supervillains would descend upon New York to join the fray. All to carve up the legacy left behind by Kingpin's criminal empire. For a long time to come, violent clashes, gang wars, and even full-scale warfare would become the daily routine of New York. One could only say that the people of New York were truly blessed. And as the culprit behind it all, Leon was sleeping like a baby. Shield. Headquarters. Nick Fury's office. The one-eyed dragon sat upright in his chair, looking at several reports before him. His face, already as black as coal, grew even darker. A few minutes later, Nick Fury finally spoke. His opening words were a classic American vulgarity. Which son of a fool did this? Does he have no brains? Does he think he's doing the people a favor by getting rid of a menace? I'm really going to lose it. Even if Kingpin had to die, it shouldn't have been done like this. Isn't this just making a godful mess? Nick Fury was truly furious. So furious that if the culprit were standing before him now, he might have eaten them alive. Because the repercussions were too severe. With Kingpin dead, the order he had established during his life would completely collapse. Even if the order Kingpin established wasn't anything good. Even the worst order was better than no order at all. And a lack of order would be the norm for the New York underworld for a long time to come. Nick Fury felt exhausted just thinking about how chaotic a lawless New York would become. This outcome had already exceeded the limits of what normal U.S. departments could handle. The NYPD couldn't handle it, and departments like the FBI or CIA were even less likely to manage it. In the end, S.H.I.E.L.D. would have to step in. This was also the reason for Nick Fury's rage. Because he was the one who had to clean up this mess. Nick Fury already had enough to worry about, and now he was saddled with this unmitigated disaster. How could he not be angry? But cursing was cursing, and anger was anger. Nick Fury still had to do what needed to be done. At worst, when it came time to ask the gentleman in Congress for a budget, he'd just increase it by a tiny bit more. After some thought, Nick Fury said to his trusted subordinate, Coulson, contact Natasha and have her return. Then, you and Natasha will pick a group of agents to form a special task force responsible for suppressing this riot. I have only one requirement. Don't let it get too ugly. Kill those extremists who need killing, and wipe out those who need wiping out. As for the culprit, Nick Fury looked at Leon's personal information file sitting at the very top. Nick Fury shook his head. Forget about this guy for now. Keep a wait-and-see attitude, don't contact him lightly. Although it can't be confirmed yet that he is that madman. He is indeed the most suspicious guy. Based on that alone, we need to treat this with caution. Leon had worked cleanly and killed cleanly. But as the saying goes, a villain doesn't need evidence. Nick Fury didn't need it either. As long as there was a possibility, he would rather act on a mistake than do nothing. And as the starting point of this series of events, Leon naturally held immense suspicion. It was just that Leon was too unhinged, too extreme. It made Nick Fury hesitate to contact him rashly. Otherwise, given Nick Fury's personality, he would have already arranged for someone to contact Leon. But there was no helping it, who told Leon to be such a lunatic. Just because of one kidnapping, he turned New York into a river of blood. Nick Fury was unwilling to provoke such a ruthless person unless absolutely necessary. After all, while Leon was ruthless, those he killed were all people who deserved to die. It was still within Nick Fury's range of tolerance. There was no need to provoke such a headache-inducing opponent for the sake of those scumbags. Better to observe for now and talk about it later. As Nick Fury's orders were handed down, the massive machine that was S.H.I.E.L.D. began to operate rapidly. The bloody storm in New York City had officially begun. Good morning, New York. It's a new day of a new week. This is Eddie Brock from the Daily Globe, here to help everyone review the major events that happened in New York yesterday. First up is Hell's Kitchen. Yesterday, at least 5 gangs in Hell's Kitchen were involved in a large-scale shootout. The bullets recovered from the scene weighed hundreds of kilograms in total. Good God, is this still New York? Or is it actually the Middle East? Next is Queens. Public security in Queens is slightly better than in Hell's Kitchen, with only 4 gangs having shootouts. Listening to the morning news from the Daily Globe on the TV. Leon shrugged indifferently. He could only say that New York over the past few days had been an eye-opener. Gang wars were everywhere, and crime scenes were all over the place. Sure enough, the name, Great Gotham, was not for nothing. It really was quite a mess. While inwardly despising New York's public security, Leon selectively ignored who the culprit was. Who is it that plunged New York into its current state of collapsed order and chaotic warring factions? I don't know, it's so hard to guess. After casually noting the current situation in New York, Leon quickly shifted his attention elsewhere. For example, the system. A new week had begun, and the system's new villain template was released on time. The released villain template was excellent. It temporarily cured Leon's fear of insufficient stats. The new villain template was a demon-level monster from One Punch Man. Deep Sea King. That's right, it was that unlucky monster who was hit by Saitama's punch, the one that stilled the wind and rain, leaving no gods in the four seas. But that didn't mean the Deep Sea King was weak. In fact, the Deep Sea King's track record was quite impressive. He had consecutively defeated several A-rank heroes with decent strength. And even defeated an S-rank hero. And that was a feat achieved while in his dehydrated state. Once it rained and he received the boost from moisture, returning to his full-strength form. The Deep Sea King even defeated the high-ranking S-rank hero, Genos. Although the way he defeated him was quite tricky. But the question is, did he win or not? Although in the end, he still couldn't block Saitama's punch and was blasted into molecules. But based on the series of records he set before, it was enough for the Deep Sea King to be considered the strongest demon-level monster. Even many dragon-level monsters didn't have a record as impressive as the Deep Sea King's. Of course, the power levels of the One Punch Man world cannot be directly mapped to this world. So exactly how strong the Deep Sea King is might not be very intuitive. But there is an example that might provide some insight. That is, the Deep Sea King once easily shattered a protective wall strong enough to withstand missile bombardment with a single punch. This destructive power is the real deal. This also sufficiently demonstrates the Deep Sea King's raw power. At least in terms of stats alone. The Deep Sea King is far above Ra's al Ghul. And after merging with the Deep Sea King template, Leon immediately experienced the pleasure of his entire body being filled with power. This kind of strength was something the Ra's al Ghul template could not provide. It even gave Leon an illusion. In the heavens and on the earth, I alone am the honored one. Cough, cough, this was naturally an illusion. Leon wouldn't really be that arrogant. At least he should wait until he gets a few more templates. With just one Deep Sea King, he couldn't say such things in this world yet. But being a little more arrogant from now on would be no problem. After all, absolute stats are absolute power. With absolute power, what's wrong with being a little arrogant? The stats of the Deep Sea King plus the skill of Ra's al Ghul. The combination of the two caused Leon's combat power to skyrocket many times over. Now, when facing an opponent of Kingpin's level, he could kill them instantly with one punch. He wouldn't give them the slightest chance to stall for time. Similarly, it was the same when facing Gwen. And this also marked that Leon's strength had already joined the ranks of the top-tier superheroes. Ordinary superheroes were simply no match for Leon. To threaten the current Leon, one would at least have to be at the level of the Hulk. Of course, Captain America was not included. Because Captain America was a bug, able to fight anyone to a draw, a conceptual god. After feeling his current power, Leon also quickly composed himself. Driving to Empire State University. To be honest, going to school was no longer meaningful for Leon. The reason he still went was purely for Gwen. Before, when he didn't have strength, he naturally didn't dare to provoke Gwen, the Lone Star of Malice. But now that he had strength, Leon naturally wanted to see if Gwen was really that sweet. Maybe such a thought was a bit pathetic. After all, possessing such great power and a villain template. Not going out to do bad things or rule the world. Hiding in a small university chasing a girl was truly a waste of talent. But then again, love and affection are human nature. Leon was just following biological instincts. As for doing big things or making big moves, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. There was absolutely no need to rush. Along the way, Leon saw 5 street shootings. He witnessed no fewer than 7 robberies. He even almost got hit by one. It was only because the gunman's aim was poor that Leon's car wasn't hit. Otherwise, Leon might have had to go out and work again tonight. Arriving at Empire State University in such a lively manner. Parking the car and stepping inside. The first feeling was that there were significantly fewer people. It was understandable. Given the current public security environment in New York, those with the means would directly take a leave of absence, sending their children to other cities to have fun, and coming back when the security improved. Why stay in New York and catch a bullet? Fortunately, all 4 members of the band were present, none had temporarily left New York. This allowed the band's activities to continue. And with the band members' daily rehearsals, their chemistry with each other was becoming more and more sufficient. The date for the Mary Jane's first performance was also getting closer and closer. A band has to perform, after all. In the process, Leon's relationship with the 4 band members also got better and better. For the 2 who were easier to win over, Leon had already become besties with them. The kind of besties where he could start a game at any time if given the chance. As for the rest, Mary Jane's relationship with Leon was also quite good. Sometimes Leon could feel the subtle affection in the way Mary Jane looked at him. If Leon were willing to take the initiative, he could steal Peter Parker's goddess in minutes. As for Gwen, great progress had also been made. There was already an ambiguous atmosphere, needing only an opportunity to take the relationship to the next level. It couldn't be helped. Leon's conditions were too outstanding. Handsome, talented, and high emotional intelligence. Plus, he was a fan of hers. It was hard for Gwen to resist. It was only because her mind was currently focused on being a hero. She didn't have much thought for dating. Otherwise, Leon might have already succeeded. But even so, with constant interaction, Gwen was actually being like a frog in slowly warming water. Barring any accidents, her falling for him was only a matter of time. And all of this was seen by Peter Parker, who was anxious in his heart. But it was useless. Peter Parker could only watch and was unable to stop it. It must be said, this was very pathetic. In the classroom, the professor at the front was imparting various knowledge. Most of the students were listening with great interest. As one of the best universities in the United States, the students of Empire State University were undoubtedly mostly elites. Their quality was beyond question. Of course, slackers weren't non-existent. For example, Leon. At this moment, he paid no attention to the professor's lecture at all. Instead, he was scrolling through the news on his phone to pass the time. It wasn't that he was a bad student. It was mainly because he already knew everything the professor was teaching. Again, it was because of the template. Ra's al Ghul was not only a martial artist but also a scientist. His long life allowed Ra's al Ghul to master almost all disciplines. In some subjects, he was even comparable to top industry giants. Thanks to the Ra's al Ghul template, Leon had now inherited this knowledge. Therefore, in Leon's eyes, the lesson the professor was giving on the podium was no different from a child doing arithmetic. It would be more appropriate for him to lecture the professor instead. Naturally, he found it boring. Fortunately, this boredom didn't last long. A few minutes later, a gunshot broke the tranquility of Empire State University. Leon perked up instantly. He secretly wondered, could it be that he had encountered an America specialty, a school shooting? If that were really the case, Leon would have to sit up and watch. Well, it wasn't a school shooting. This made Leon a bit disappointed. He thought he could experience a traditional American specialty. But it was actually quite similar. It wasn't a school shooting, but a group of gang members who had broken into the university and were using guns to hold students hostage. They were in a standoff with the NYPD. The public security in New York these days could only be described with one phrase: vibrant and full of competitive growth. Countless out-of-town gangs, hardcore thugs, and supervillains had arrived in New York as if attending a grand gathering of talents. This directly caused New York's already non-existent security to completely collapse. Gang wars and firefights between mobsters and the NYPD were everywhere. And now, the ones who had broken into Empire State University were just such a group of gang members. Dark Kid was originally a leader of the Bloods in Chicago. He should have been living in Chicago, enjoying a dark and chaotic gang life. But then, a few days ago, Kingpin died. This directly shook the entire American underworld. The ambitious leader of the Bloods immediately arranged for Dark Kid to take 100 gunmen to New York to seize territory. But clearly, both the Bloods leader and Dark Kid had underestimated the current level of chaos in New York. On their first day in New York, they got into a conflict with a gang from New Jersey over some inexplicable little matter. A street gunfight broke out immediately. A dozen people died. And that was just the beginning. In the following days, Dark Kid spent every day amidst a hail of bullets. Fighting other gangs, fighting those hardcore thugs, and fighting the NYPD cops. Under the continuous gunfights, the gunmen Dark Kid brought were mostly dead. Only about a dozen were still alive now. Even worse, because of the consecutive days of street gunfights. They were also being closely targeted by the NYPD. In order to avoid being arrested by the NYPD, Dark Kid could only lead his men in a fighting retreat. Seeing his men getting fewer and fewer, and the hope of escape getting slimmer, Dark Kid, pushed to the limit, went completely insane. He led his men directly into Empire State University and took over 100 students in a teaching building hostage. To establish his authority, Dark Kid even shot and killed a few. His brutality also successfully made the NYPD afraid to act rashly. But it also made it even more impossible for Dark Kid to leave alive. Simply put, Dark Kid had now become a cornered beast about to die. In this situation, he was capable of doing anything crazy. This was what gave the NYPD a headache right now. George Stacy had a big headache. Because he was the person in charge of the operation to capture Dark Kid. He was responsible for this operation to capture Dark Kid and his Bloods gunmen. The operation had been going smoothly at first. He never expected that Dark Kid, in his desperation, would break directly into Empire State University. This immediately caused the situation, which was originally under control, to spiral out of control. In fact, if Dark Kid had been arrested by George Stacy before, he would just have been sent to prison until he died. Although he would lose his freedom, at least his life would be spared. There might even be a possibility of a prison break in the future. However, with Dark Kid breaking into Empire State University, his path to survival had vanished. A gang member and a terrorist holding university students hostage are two completely different concepts. The former might still have a chance to be worked out of the system, but the latter only faces death. Not to mention the American authorities, even the higher-ups of the Bloods would want Dark Kid dead. Only if Dark Kid died could the Bloods completely distance themselves from this incident. It could be said that from the moment Dark Kid stepped into Empire State University, he was already a dead man. And this was the hardest part to deal with. What crazy things a man who is certain to die might do. George Stacy didn't even dare to imagine it. Even worse, he was the main person in charge of this operation. If Dark Kid really caused a major disaster, he would definitely be the first one to take the blame. The thought of the consequences made George Stacy's scalp tingle. But fear aside, he still had to face the facts. Listening to Dark Kid's faint, wild laughter and the students' cries coming from the teaching building, George Stacy began to hesitate. Should he maintain the standoff with Dark Kid as it was? Or should he just rush in and launch a full assault, regardless of the students' lives? At this moment, both choices seemed wrong no matter which one he picked. Just as George Stacy was wrestling with his unease, bursts of exclamations were heard. Looking up, he saw a nimble figure leaping over. Spider-Woman. In the past, George Stacy would find Spider-Woman annoying whenever he saw her. He hated these street vigilantes the most. A bunch of things with no spirit for the rule of law. But at this moment, seeing Spider-Woman's arrival, he actually breathed a sigh of relief. Truth be told, seeing your teammate is Spider-Woman at a time like this gives quite a sense of security. Spider-Woman leapt over quickly and, after a leap using her webbing, landed in a standard hero pose. She then came to George Stacy and said, "Mr. Captain, can you briefly tell me the situation inside? Exactly how many terrorists are there, and where are they located?" George Stacy suppressed the urge to pull out his handcuffs and told Spider-Woman the information with a stiff face. Then, without further hesitation, Spider-Woman leapt directly into the teaching building. As George Stacy watched Spider-Woman's departing figure, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. And he didn't know if it was just his imagination. But he felt that Spider-Woman seemed to be a bit afraid of him. Under the fists and kicks of Spider-Woman, Dark Kid and his gang naturally couldn't hold out for long and were finished. During this process, Spider-Woman also saved an unlucky guy who was almost used as an example to establish dominance. This unlucky guy was none other than Peter Parker. Due to her current identity, Spider-Woman naturally didn't dare to talk much with Peter Parker. After dealing with Dark Kid and his gang, she quickly left. But even such a brief contact still allowed Peter Parker to recognize her identity. That scent, and that figure. It's Gwen. So she's Spider-Woman. Peter Parker thought with certainty. He was too familiar with this childhood friend. Coupled with a certain special intuition, he recognized Gwen instantly. However, after learning Gwen's true identity, rather than excitement, Peter Parker felt more of a sense of loss. Because at this moment, Peter Parker understood. An insurmountable gap had formed between him and Gwen. As Spider-Woman, Gwen's future was destined to be brilliant. But he, as an ordinary person, how could he ever cross paths with Spider-Woman Gwen again? The worlds in their eyes would be completely different from now on, they would naturally only drift further apart. In fact, Peter Parker also guessed. This was the reason why Gwen had been getting colder and colder toward him lately. At night, Gwen was busy acting as a hero. During the day, she had classes and band practice. How could she have time to care about him? However, understanding it was one thing. Accepting it was another. Peter Parker simply couldn't accept this fact. He didn't want to drift apart from Gwen, he didn't want this childhood friend to exist only in his memories in the future. Unwillingness filled Peter Parker's heart at this moment. But Peter Parker didn't know. This unwillingness would be the beginning of his slide into the abyss. The incident with Dark Kid was just an interlude. Soon, Empire State University returned to its usual calm. However, the 5 members of the Mary Janes certainly couldn't stay calm. After many days of coordination and practice, they finally decided to hold the Mary Janes' debut performance in 3 days. To this end, all 5 members of the Mary Janes became busy. Holding printed flyers, they began to distribute them to build hype for the band's debut. Besides handing out flyers to attract an audience, the members of the Mary Janes also used a simple method. That was inviting their own classmates and friends to attend the Mary Janes' debut. It was under these circumstances. Gwen took a flyer and found Peter Parker. "Hey Peter, this is for you. Remember you must come when the time comes." Peter Parker looked a bit haggard. Because he had been holed up in the lab for the past few days, following Professor Connors to manufacture a serum. A lack of sleep had left him completely drained of energy. But in front of Gwen, Peter still forced himself to perk up and showed a smile. "Okay, I'll be there on time." Saying that, Peter also glanced at the content on the flyer. Then he froze instantly. Besides the time and location of the Mary Janes' debut being written on the flyer. More importantly, Leon's headshot occupied the center position. Below the headshot were words of praise for Leon. In the past, seeing these things, even if Peter felt a bit annoyed, it wouldn't be too obvious. But now, Peter truly felt that Leon's face was an eyesore. And Gwen was completely unaware of this. She even subconsciously praised Leon a few times. The sincerity in her tone was sharper than a knife to Peter. It made Peter feel more pain than being beaten up by the school bully, Flash Thompson. In a daze, all the sounds in Peter's ears vanished. Only one thought remained. I must do something, even if it means making a mistake. After waving goodbye to Gwen, Peter Parker's gaze became resolute. Then he decisively returned to the lab he shared with Professor Connors. Professor Connors wasn't there at the moment, Only Peter Parker was present. Peter Parker walked straight to the very center of the lab, in front of the serum that was strictly stored away. The serum was emerald green, emitting a jade-like luster under the lights. It looked like a perfect gemstone. But as the creator of the serum, Peter Parker knew better than anyone how dangerous this serum was. But while dangerous, this serum could also bring immense power to a person. Power that could allow Peter to truly walk side by side with Gwen. He didn't want to be a supporting character in Gwen's life, he wanted to be the protagonist. So, Peter Parker took out the tube of serum. Then, without hesitation, he downed it in one gulp. And this serum potion had a famous name. Lizard Serum. Breaking news. A lizard man has appeared in New York, witnessed by at least 20 people, with photos as proof. I saw it with my own eyes. The lizard man hid in the sewers. Oh my god, the urban legends are true. New York's underground pipes really hide monsters. I suggest the New York City government organize a team to thoroughly explore New York's underground pipes and find out exactly what's in there. I don't want to be mysteriously snatched and eaten by a monster in the pipes one day. Wasn't it said a while ago that turtles were hiding in the pipes? How did it turn into a lizard man? What's happening to our New York? Why has it become like this? The next day, looking at the news pushed to his phone, Leon instinctively thought that Dr. Lizard had made his debut. But soon, Leon came to his senses and realized something was wrong. Dr. Lizard was an enemy that the Peter Parker version of Spider-Man had to face. But in this world, Peter Parker wasn't Spider-Man. On the contrary, Gwen was Spider-Man. And with Gwen being Spider-Man, Peter Parker was the Lizard Man. After thinking of this, Leon's expression couldn't help but become strange. If he remembered correctly, the ending for Lizard Peter Parker wasn't good. He died directly in front of Gwen. This also became Gwen's psychological trauma, once causing her to give up her identity as Spider-Woman. It must be said, Gwen and Peter Parker, these two, are truly tragic. Cursed by the web of fate. In every world, Gwen and Peter Parker are best friends or lovers. And then, in every world, only one can live. When Peter Parker is Spider-Man, then Gwen is destined to be sacrificed, dying before Peter Parker. And when Gwen is Spider-Man, Peter Parker is also destined to die a tragic death, dying before Gwen. The two are destined by fate, only one can survive. And now, Gwen has become Spider-Man. Peter Parker's ending was thus predetermined. But what does that have to do with Leon? Not to mention that currently, he still couldn't touch the multiversal level web of fate. Even if he truly could, he had no connection to Peter Parker and even had a bit of a competitive relationship with him. Under these circumstances, why should he care about Peter Parker's life or death? Just watching the show would be enough. Leon thought so. The death of Kingpin was like a Pandora's box. Once opened, all sorts of monsters and demons emerged in New York. Even colorful Florida couldn't compare to the excitement of present-day New York. There really was something new to enjoy every day. Today it's Spider-Man versus the Lizard Man. Tomorrow it's out-of-town gangs versus the local New York Mafia. The streets are as lively as a Hollywood movie. Every day is a big spectacle. But this has been hard on the agents of the NYPD and SHIELD. To clean up this mess in New York, NYPD officers have been working with high intensity and heavy workloads for the past few days. They've even transferred quite a bit of police force from other cities. Meanwhile, the SHIELD agents, in order to prevent New York from truly becoming a battlefield, have had to work overtime to calm the situation. The person in charge, Coulson, has lost even more of his already thinning hair over these past few days. He was so angry he cursed Leon in his heart countless times. Then there's Black Widow Natasha, who was drafted to New York for overtime. She was so exhausted that even as a genetically modified human, it was a bit much for her. As for Leon, the culprit whose name she'd heard but whose voice she'd never encountered, she harbored a great deal of resentment. However, because Leon's way of doing things was truly too unhinged. Both Coulson and Natasha had been warned by Nick Fury not to make contact rashly, lest they provoke a troublesome fellow. Coulson was fine, he was the most obedient to Nick Fury's words. But Natasha had her own little ideas. Nick Fury said not to contact Leon rashly. But surely there's no harm in her taking a secret look. He'd caused her so much overtime and so much work. If she didn't even know what Leon looked like, wouldn't that be a loss? And as it happened, Natasha knew a piece of news. That was that Leon's band, the Mary Janes, was about to hold its first public performance. She would take this opportunity to have a look and slack off a bit while she was at it. This surely didn't go against Nick Fury's words. With such thoughts, Natasha took the Mary Jane's performance ticket and entered a New York Livehouse music bar. The Mary Jane's debut was being held in this very livehouse. For the Mary Jane's debut, the band members had worked hard for a long time. And today was the moment to take the stage. At this time, the band members were all a bit nervous. Gwen was the same. She felt like she was dreaming back to the first time she went out to do justice as Spider-Woman. Nervous and apprehensive, yet full of expectation. The only calm one was Leon. Noticing the members' nervousness, Leon said, "There's no need to doubt anything. Think about our hard work during this time, and think about our strength. If even our band can't achieve success, then the world must have gone mad." What Leon said wasn't a lie. It was simply the truth. The members of the Mary Janes were almost all skilled. Gwen and Mary Jane could even be considered little geniuses in the band scene. Add to that Leon's works, those classic good songs. If this couldn't succeed, then something really was wrong with the world. Of course, that was impossible. After being comforted by Leon in this way, the tension in the band members' hearts eased a lot. They then all cast grateful looks at Leon. Afterward, they waited for another 10 minutes or so. When the previous band exited and the host on stage announced the name of the Mary Janes, everyone understood it was time to go on stage. Standing below the stage were Peter Parker and Harry Osborn. While Peter Parker was waiting, Harry Osborn was muttering in his ear. "Peter, I told you long ago that if you wanted to watch, I could have rented out this whole place. Or at least we could have found a private booth. Instead of being squeezed in here like this. Do you know how bad the air smells?" Harry Osborn felt somewhat frustrated with Peter Parker's lack of ambition. Even though Peter Parker was a high-quality talent himself, he had stubbornly developed a loser personality. He didn't even dare to express himself to the person he liked. And instead stood here as a member of the audience. Please, if Peter Parker would just loosen up a bit like a normal American male college student. He'd probably have girls on both arms by now. And Peter Parker clearly had a rich friend like him. With just a word, Harry Osborn could immediately help Peter Parker exercise his money power. He didn't believe it couldn't compete with Leon's talent. As it turned out, Peter Parker not only didn't speak up, but even stopped Harry when he actively tried to help. He was somewhat disappointing. But perhaps that was why Harry saw Peter as his best friend. Precisely because Peter wanted nothing from him, Harry could get along with him. Unlike those other fair-weather friends, whom Harry didn't care about at all. Just as Harry was about to continue muttering, Peter raised his hand to stop him. "Don't talk, they're coming on stage." Harry rolled his eyes, then patiently accompanied Peter to watch the performance. When the finale song, "Be What You Wanna Be," ended, the entire Livehouse venue fell silent. Immediately following that was an explosion of cheers and shouts for an encore. And Harry Osborn, who had witnessed the entire performance, had to admit it too. Leon indeed had some talent in music. Even he, someone with a prejudice against Leon, felt the songs Leon created were truly good. If Leon wasn't Peter's rival, Harry might actually be interested in making friends with him. But now, it could only be said to be unlikely. And Peter, standing right next to Harry, had not yet recovered from the music just now. He stared blankly at the members of the Mary Janes on stage, who were hugging each other in celebration. Especially when he saw Leon hugging Gwen and Mary Jane respectively. A voice seemed to suddenly pop into Peter Parker's head. All of this should have been mine. Being by their side, enjoying their admiration. This status should have been mine. It's that person, that one called Leon, who stole everything from me. I want revenge, kill him, then I can take all of this back. Mary Jane was the person Peter Parker had a crush on. And Gwen was Peter Parker's childhood friend. These two could be described as Peter Parker's White Moonlight and Cinnabar Mole. Now, they were both revolving around another man. How could Peter Parker not be jealous? The more he thought, the angrier he got, to the point where Peter Parker even developed a strong killing intent toward Leon. He had a powerful urge to tear Leon into pieces. However, this killing intent came quickly and left just as fast. When Peter Parker came back to his senses, he gave himself a fright. Why would I have such a terrifying thought? Ever since the thought of killing Leon had crossed his mind, Peter Parker felt as if he had lost his soul. He was completely listless and despondent. On one hand, he felt he was being too extreme. How could he think of killing someone at the drop of a hat? On the other hand, he felt that the idea was truly tempting. After all, Leon had stolen the life that should have belonged to him. In short, Peter Parker was now torn. It was as if two voices were speaking in his head at the same time. One an angel and one a devil. In reality, this was Peter Parker's own conscience struggling against the violent instincts of the lizard serum. Yes, the lizard serum had side effects. Namely, losing control. One would gradually be dominated by the violent instincts of the lizard serum, becoming a true, violent, and bloodthirsty lizardman monster. Dr. Connors in the original story was exactly like this. Before injecting the lizard serum, Connors was elegant and gentle. He had even formed a deep bond with Peter Parker, their relationship being as good as it could possibly be. But after turning into a lizardman, Connors felt nothing but killing intent toward Peter Parker. Because by then, Connors had already been influenced by the lizard serum and had become a true lizardman. And now, Peter Parker was in the same situation. The two voices in his head were essentially his own conscience fighting the side effects of the lizard serum. If Peter Parker's conscience could prevail, then he might become the superhero lizard hero in the future. Otherwise, he would be the supervillain lizardman. And all of this had actually been discovered by Leon. After merging the two villain templates, Leon's perception had reached a level beyond ordinary imagination. The mysterious sixth sense had completely become a regular instinct for Leon. So, even Peter Parker's ethereal killing intent was sensed by Leon. Although he was a bit puzzled as to why Peter Parker would harbor killing intent toward him. He didn't have any real conflict with Peter Parker. At most, he was just stealing his childhood friend and the girl of his dreams. Surely it wasn't worth taking a life over something like that. Although he didn't understand it, Leon had already taken note of the matter. If in the future, Lizard Peter Parker really dared to come looking for trouble, then Leon wouldn't mind letting Peter Parker experience what it meant to be full of martial prowess. The reason he'd deal with it later was because Leon had more important things to do right now. The band's debut performance was a complete success. Everyone in the band was very excited. They immediately decided to have a good time and celebrate. Leon naturally would not refuse. After some discussion, Leon took Gwen and the others to the house he had recently bought. A villa located in the Upper East Side. Ever since awakening the system, Leon had given up on his plan to run away. He chose to stay in New York. Naturally, the money he had previously prepared for his escape could now be used freely. He decisively spent it to improve his quality of life. Leon was no miser. In his eyes, money was meant to be used. Moreover, with the system now in place, Leon cared even less about money. However, for the other members of the band, Leon was a bit extravagant. Looking at the exquisite and elegant villa before them, the band members all showed looks of envy. This wasn't a villa Leon had because he was born into wealth. It was entirely earned through Leon's own talent, song by song. He had achieved the American dream through his own abilities. As peers, Gwen and the others couldn't help but admire him. Fortunately, Leon had laid the groundwork when he was with them before. So this didn't create a sense of distance among the band members. After a joke, they happily ran into the villa. United States college students are a bit like huskies. They look well behaved on the surface, but in reality, they often act out. When they are serious, they are truly serious. But when they let loose, they really let loose. As soon as they entered the villa, they looked here and there. In no time, they had explored the entire villa. Then, they found a bunch of alcohol and food in a corner of the villa. Afterward, it was naturally a happy time to party. The five young people were at the age where they loved to have fun, and they had just achieved success. This led them to completely let themselves go in the villa. Crying and laughing, noisy and rowdy, they drank and sang. They played and joked for nearly 3 hours. By the time it was over, three of them were already passed out drunk. However, Leon and Gwen were fine. Their constitutions were too strong. Alcohol had almost no effect on them. Naturally, they wouldn't get drunk. But looking at the disastrous battlefield before them, the two of them also felt a headache. They looked at each other and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. Then they shared a knowing smile. The two of them then worked together, first sending the three drunks to their rooms to rest. Next, they tidied up the messy villa together. By the time everything was finished, even Gwen and Leon were a bit tired. Then, each holding a bottle of beer, they returned to the sofa to rest. How do you feel? Leon asked Gwen. Gwen thought for a moment before answering, irreplaceable. This is definitely the best day of my life. And it was indeed true. First, the band's performance was a complete success. And then she had a wild time with like-minded friends. Such a day would still shine brightly in her memories even decades later. Leon said, "Don't jump to conclusions too soon. You'll know in the future that there will be more days like this." Gwen smiled, raised her beer, and clinked it with Leon's. "This is all thanks to you. If you hadn't accepted my invitation back then, our band would never be as popular as it is today." This was the truth. The song, "Be What You Wanna Be," was indeed a bit too overpowered for an amateur band. It allowed the Mary Janes to skyrocket in popularity. And as one of the founders of the Mary Janes, Gwen was naturally full of gratitude toward Leon. Leon took the opportunity to say reminiscently, "I had no choice. You were just too overpowered yourself." Gwen, "Huh. I mean, who could refuse an invitation from a beautiful girl on a sunny afternoon?" Not expecting Leon to say that, Gwen was clearly stunned for a moment. Then, her fair face began to turn red. This sentence was a bit ambiguous. She glanced at Leon somewhat uneasily, just as her gaze met Leon's. In that moment, miraculously, Gwen's heart calmed down. Then, as if drawn by some mysterious attraction, the distance between the two began to close. Finally, Gwen closed her eyes, and Leon made his move at the right time. After a battle of tongues, Gwen pushed Leon away somewhat shyly. However, she didn't run away. Leon knew it was a success. Taking down Gwen, to be honest, wasn't that difficult. After all, Gwen is a typical rebellious, good girl. She's the type who dares to sneak out behind her father's back at night to be Spider-Woman. How peaceful could her personality really be? Besides, Gwen isn't exactly someone who avoids romance. In the original comics, she's dated plenty of times. You could even say she's a bit of a love brain. And Leon's qualities are simply too good. Handsome, talented, wealthy, and with high emotional intelligence. Plus, Leon is a die-hard fan of Spider-Woman and truly understands her. With all these buffs stacked, how could Gwen not be moved? Before, Gwen might have had some girlish reserve, keeping her feelings for Leon buried deep in her heart. But today, on such a great day, with the atmosphere just right, Gwen couldn't hold back anymore. She was directly won over by Leon. However, since they just established their relationship, they couldn't go any further yet. But Leon wasn't in a hurry. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. He'd eventually get to know her inside and out. As for now, he'd just take some small liberties first. Not far from the villa, up in a tree, Peter watched this scene through the window. Watching Gwen and Leon in a passionate exchange, full of affection. His eyes were bloodshot, and the killing intent in his heart was about to burst. But in the end, Peter's conscience triumphed over the killing intent in his heart. He didn't fully turn dark. But he was basically at his limit. Peter himself didn't know if the next time killing intent rose in his heart, he would still be able to hold it back. After confirming their relationship, the distance between Gwen and Leon clearly narrowed significantly. When they were alone, she didn't reject Leon's affectionate gestures at all. She was even quite proactive. Clearly, she also enjoyed a sweet romance. However, Gwen didn't plan to go public with her relationship with Leon. Mainly out of concern for the band's unity. Gwen knew full well that the other three members of the band all had feelings for Leon. If her relationship with Leon were exposed, the Mary Janes might just collapse from within. So it was best to keep it a secret for now. And deal with it when they could no longer hide it. Leon, of course, supported this decision. He wouldn't lose out anyway. On the surface, however, he feigned regret and took the opportunity to demand some benefits from Gwen. The next few days passed peacefully, and the relationship between Leon and Gwen grew stronger day by day. It was under these circumstances that a new week arrived. On Monday, as soon as Leon woke up, he received a new template from the system. The grand villain from the Street Fighter series, M. Bison. M. Bison, the ultimate antagonist of the Street Fighter series, bar none. His Shadaloo organization dominates Southeast Asia, with influence radiating across the globe. With countless assassins under his command, his power is truly staggering. Furthermore, M. Bison is a powerful martial artist. He is proficient in almost every style of fighting and possesses vast combat experience accumulated through rigorous training. Yet, none of these are the most terrifying aspect of M. Bison. What's most fearsome is the superpower he possesses, which Vega calls chaos magic. Vega's chaos magic can be considered an all-around versatile ability. Not only can it be used as a psychic ability for brainwashing and hypnosis, but it can even control ordinary people on a large scale. Additionally, Vega's chaos magic can be used directly for attacks. Its destructive power is quite astonishing. It can also strengthen his body, making him nearly immortal. This is definitely a jack-of-all-trades ability. And it happens to be exactly what Leon needs most right now. The two villain templates Leon had previously merged with Ra's al Ghul and Deep Sea King were both physical-type villains. One had peak martial arts skills, the other had exaggerated physical stats. But they lacked means of energy output. Merging with the Vega template directly compensated for this deficiency. Moreover, after merging with Vega's template, Leon discovered that his chaos magic was even stronger and more exaggerated than Vega's. Vega's chaos magic was almost like an omnipotent divine power. But it had one drawback. The requirements for the physical body were far too high. Even Vega's rigorously trained body couldn't withstand too much chaos magic. Otherwise, his physical form would collapse, transforming into a being of pure energy. Because of this, in Street Fighter, Vega was always trying to possess Ryu's body. But Leon didn't have this problem. His physical strength was far superior to Vega's. His strength alone was conservatively estimated to be at the 10,000-ton level. He was a true man of steel. Naturally, he could easily withstand the chaos magic that Vega could not. This resulted in the chaos magic Leon could wield being much more powerful than Vega's. After a brief period of familiarizing himself with the chaos magic, Leon stopped, satisfied. It felt like an extension of his own limbs, and more importantly, its intensity was very high. He was truly pleased with this villain template. Now, he had even more confidence to make his way in New York. New York at this time was very chaotic. Yet, it wasn't. Because the level of chaos is relative. Compared to the old New York, the current New York was undoubtedly a mess. But compared to the future New York, the present New York was practically paradise. So what if there were some gang wars and a supervillain popping up every now and then? You call this chaos? The future New York would be a place where gods fight. The Chitauri invasion, Hulk vs. Abomination, and all sorts of major crises. Compared to that, New York's current public safety was like a heaven on earth. Furthermore, Leon discovered that this world wasn't just a simple American comic book world. It was mixed with many other worlds as well. For instance, the urban legend he saw in the newspaper earlier about mutant turtles in the New York sewers. Undoubtedly, it was the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Or another example, the news Leon saw today. After 22 years, Jurassic Park was reopening. Not a movie reboot, but a real, living Jurassic Park reopening. The kind with actual dinosaurs. It was ridiculous. Besides these, Leon also saw many familiar things online. Things like an Indian curse manifesting as the god of death, killing all outsiders on this land by orchestrating accidents. Like the military's District 9, hiding a swarm of aliens, the kind that can transform. There were also mutants, witches, Hellboy, and things like that. It made Leon's head spin. And those were just the major crises capable of destroying the world. There were even more minor ones. Like a cannibalistic ogre that emerges every 28 years to kill and eat people. Like the Continental Hotel in New York, filled with hitmen and assassins. And that's only counting the United States, not anywhere else. If you included the whole world, it would be even more absurd. In short, this world was far more complex than a normal American comic world. And much more dangerous. Honestly, Leon really felt that this planet was lucky to still be intact. If its luck were even slightly worse, it probably would have blown up long ago. A beautiful day in New York. It started with getting shot at as soon as I stepped out. After Leon finished experiencing chaos magic, he drove out. As it turned out, he had just left the Upper East Side when he encountered a gang brawl in the middle of the street. As luck would have it, a stray bullet flew blindly toward Leon. With Leon's current reaction speed, catching a bullet with his bare hands was like child's play. A mere bullet was something Leon didn't even care about. But he couldn't help being annoyed. He hadn't provoked or bothered anyone, yet he was shot at for no reason. Could he endure this? When he had no power, Leon would have just endured it and let it go. Now that he possessed such formidable power, wouldn't enduring it be a total lack of respect for his own strength? In any case, Leon had always respected power. Therefore, he didn't intend to let it slide. It was the perfect time to use these people to test his chaos magic. With a single thought, chaos magic was put into action. In less than a microsecond, Leon directly brainwashed those idiotic gang members involved in the street shootout. He then made them raise their guns and point them at their own chins. Accompanied by a symphony of bang 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 gunshots. The whole world went quiet. Leon's originally great anger also subsided significantly. Without casting another glance at the corpses on the ground, he drove away leisurely. Leon felt comfortable, but the people around were scared half to death. After all, so many gang members committing mass suicide together was too bizarre, too sinister. Some people with guilty consciences even knelt on the ground and began to confess, seeking atonement from God. They actually thought it was a manifestation of God. In a corner nearby, a bald person wearing yellow robes witnessed the entire event. She also saw the scene where Leon mercilessly finished off a large crowd of people. The bald person's eyes were complex as she watched the direction Leon left in. When did New York get an extra chaos Loki? The Ancient One thought with a bit of a headache. As the guardian of Earth on the surface, the Ancient One's power was beyond doubt. Crucially, she also possessed the Time Stone, allowing her to observe the timeline at will and see countless possibilities for the future. However, not long ago, the Ancient One discovered a major problem. That was the death of Kingpin. Kingpin would die, but it shouldn't have been now, not this early, and not so haphazardly. Sensing that something was wrong, the Ancient One simply came to New York to investigate. Ultimately, she found her way to Leon. And at this moment, an even more wrong thing appeared. That was, no matter what, the Ancient One could not observe Leon's timeline. Even in the countless futures she saw, Leon's figure was completely absent. Yet, Leon truly existed. And he had tangibly changed the plot. Killing Kingpin ahead of time. This only meant two possibilities. First, Leon himself existed outside the timeline. Just like those dimensional lords living in the cracks of the multiverse. Not bound by time. Naturally, he couldn't be observed. Second, Leon's future self already transcended the timeline. He had reached a level beyond the multiverse. In this case, the time stone naturally couldn't observe Leon. The status was insufficient. And regardless of which possibility it was, both gave the Ancient One a real headache. In the first case, dimensional lords were too much of a bug. Every single one was incredibly strong, and they were essentially unkillable. They could only be driven away or sealed. But that wasn't something the current Ancient One could do. She was already struggling to deal with one Dormammu. Provoking another dimensional lord. She was worried she'd have to retire early and report to eternity. The second possibility was even more terrifying. It meant Leon truly could do whatever he wanted without limit. If someone really wanted to take advantage of Leon's current weakness and choose to stifle him early, there would only be one result. And that would be being slapped to death by the future Leon who had transcended the timeline. Transcending the timeline, transcending the multiverse. It was similar to the great golden immortal in mythology, an existence that once attained, is eternally attained. Facing such an existence, if one attempted to use the timeline to kill the opponent's weak past self, they would only suffer a dimensional strike and die a truly miserable death. In any case, the Ancient One didn't want to try it. In case she really provoked the future Leon to strike across the timeline, even eternity couldn't protect her. She might even drag eternity down with her. When that time came, let alone this world's eternity, even the many eternities of the infinite multiverse would be slapped to death together. Who would dare gamble on that? So, the Ancient One honestly chose to follow her heart. She didn't reveal herself before Leon. She only observed and didn't dare to interfere. Fearing that she might accidentally be caught in the crossfire. Leon's waters were too deep. The Ancient One really didn't dare to test them. Not realizing that he had given the Ancient One quite a scare. Leon hadn't even noticed the Ancient One's presence. His current self was still too far from the Ancient One's level. They weren't in the same league. If the Ancient One didn't want to show herself, Leon really couldn't detect her. So, without any awareness, he arrived at Empire State University. Instead of going to a classroom, he went straight to the band's storage room. After entering, he found there was only one person inside, Gwen. Mary Jane and the others were all in class. Such a great opportunity made Leon's eyes light up instantly. He then quietly walked up behind Gwen. However, this movement naturally couldn't be hidden from Gwen. She was Spider-Woman. After all, her perception was much stronger than an ordinary person's. Plus, Leon hadn't hidden his movements, so it would be strange if Gwen didn't notice. It was just that after realizing it was Leon, Gwen deliberately pretended not to know. She just wanted to see what kind of mischief Leon wanted to do. Gwen even curled the corners of her mouth expectantly. She clearly enjoyed this kind of little flirtation. When Leon launched a sneak attack from behind and suddenly hugged Gwen, Gwen also pretended to be startled. Her small hand gently tapped Leon's shoulder. She seemed angry, but in reality, she didn't resist being held by Leon at all. She was clearly enjoying it. Then, Leon saw the chance and moved in for a kiss. Gwen made a token struggle, then closed her eyes, letting Leon engage her in a battle of lips and tongues. A few minutes later, the two finally separated. How annoying, you gave me a fright just now. Gwen said reproachfully. But her eyes were as soft as water, clearly not truly blaming him. Leon also made a show of apologizing for a few moments. Only then did he bring up the main business. Do you have any plans for this weekend? As soon as Gwen heard this, she knew what Leon was planning. But the same thing applied. She was willing. So Gwen cooperatively shook her head and then asked, why, do you have a good suggestion? Leon pulled 2 tickets from his pocket. Look at this. On these 2 tickets, the pattern of a dinosaur was impressively printed. Tickets for Jurassic Park. Oh my god, you actually got them. I heard these things are very hard to get right now. Gwen was truly a bit pleasantly surprised now. Although a serious and tragic safety accident occurred at Jurassic Park 22 years ago, it remained the most anticipated park in the world. After all, who wouldn't want to see a living dinosaur? Now, 22 years later, Jurassic Park has reopened. A brand new dinosaur ecosystem and perfect security measures. These have made Jurassic Park the hottest attraction in the world, bar none. Countless tourists are eager to be among the first to visit Jurassic Park. Consequently, the tickets for this first batch are extremely precious. Gwen naturally wanted to go as well. But she also knew the chances were slim. With her resources, she simply couldn't get her hands on the first batch of tickets. She could only wait for some time until the hype for Jurassic Park cooled down. Then she would consider going for a visit. To her surprise, Leon pulled out 2 tickets. How could Gwen not be pleasantly surprised? Very satisfied with Gwen's surprise, Leon said, "How I got them isn't important. What's important is, are you willing to accompany me to see those living giant lizards?" Gwen knew this was Leon's invitation for a date. But wasn't this exactly what she had been looking forward to? They had already confirmed their relationship and become a couple. So how could she not look forward to a date? Not to mention a date at Jurassic Park. This was even more wonderful than the date Gwen had dreamed of. Naturally, Gwen agreed. She reached out and took a ticket from Leon's hand. "I would be delighted." And just like that, the first date with Gwen was set. There were still a few days until the weekend. Leon wasn't in a hurry. He went about his daily routine step by step. However, in New York, the one thing that was never in short supply was accidents. That evening, Leon returned home as usual. Because he was delayed a bit on the way. By the time he returned to the Upper East Side, it was already late at night. Of course, that wasn't the point. The point was that his home was gone. Gone in the literal, physical sense. Looking at his home, which had turned into a pile of rubble, Leon's eyes were a bit dazed. It was a new house he had just bought. And the culprits were 5 guys who looked somewhat human but were definitely not. And what was worse, they were still fighting on the ruins of Leon's villa. One of them was an acquaintance of Leon's. Peter Parker. No, to be precise, it was the lizard Peter Parker. After a struggle, Peter Parker's conscience was finally pierced by the violence of the lizard serum. He ran out of his house in the middle of the night and followed the sewers to Leon's villa, intending to take Leon out under the cover of night. As it turned out, Peter Parker had clearly forgotten. It wasn't just him, the lizard, living in the sewers of New York City. There were also 4 turtles. The already violent lizardman Peter encountered 4 foul-mouthed turtles. What else was there to say? They started fighting immediately. The only problem was that the place they were fighting happened to be Leon's villa. This led to the scene Leon was witnessing now. Watching the last remaining parts of the villa collapse in the fight between the 4 turtles and the lizard. Leon's face was terrifyingly dark. He even felt like stepping in and killing all 5 of these non-human things. Just then, a figure swiftly leapt over. Spider-Woman. Spider-Woman Gwen landed beside Leon. She was about to give a Spider-Man style opening line as usual, when she saw that Leon's villa had become a pile of rubble. And she noticed Leon beside her, whose face was getting darker and darker. Suddenly, Gwen was stunned as well. But she quickly snapped out of it, not rushing to clean up the mess. Because it was already messy enough. Instead, she first came to comfort Leon. Hey buddy, I remember you. I even gave you an autograph before. This is your house, right? I'm so sorry this happened. But that's life. You have to be strong. Don't let this ruin your health. Think of your friends, think of your cute and beautiful girlfriend. She will always be with you, facing anything by your side. Come on, how about a hug? Gwen remembered her identity, so she spoke very tactfully. But her actions were very decisive. She hugged Leon directly and patted him on the back for comfort. In her heart, she decided to spend some quality time with Leon tomorrow, lest he actually fall into depression. Meanwhile, Leon's expression was a bit strange as he listened to Gwen. He was even more curious about how Gwen could say all this without laughing. Was this another benefit of wearing a mask? Being able to let oneself go. Usually, Gwen was lively, but she was definitely not this unrestrained. And now, Spider-Woman Gwen seemed to have inherited the ancestral, chatterbox, and goofball traits of Spider-Man. She had become much more playful in her speech. It seemed that while she put on a mask, she had actually taken one off. However, although he wanted to laugh, Leon didn't show it. Instead, he pretended to be grateful and nodded to Gwen. Spider-Gwen let go of Leon and then turned to look at the four turtles and the lizard man still fighting on the ruins. Without a word, Gwen charged forward. Gwen was quite gentle when dealing with Leon. But when it came to these five home-wrecking guys, Gwen didn't have such a good temper. In fact, Gwen was also angry. You fools, you didn't just tear down Leon's villa. You tore down Gwen's villa as well. Once she and Leon's relationship reached its fruition, wouldn't this villa count as half hers? Rounding it off, these four turtles and one lizard were tearing down her own home. How could she tolerate this? So Gwen decisively struck out with heavy blows. Facing Gwen's heavy strikes, the four turtles and the lizard simply couldn't hold their ground. Of course, it wasn't that Gwen's strength was truly that overwhelming. It was mainly because of the difference in mindset. Gwen was attacking in a rage, each strike heavy and powerful. It was pure venting of her anger over her home being destroyed. And those four turtles, knowing that Gwen was a superhero and on the side of justice, they didn't fight back with their full strength at all. After all, those four turtles considered themselves to be on the side of justice as well. So how could they strike an ally? And Lizardman Peter Parker was even less likely to use heavy hands against Gwen. Gwen was his childhood friend and goddess. How could Peter possibly hurt Gwen? Plus, having been caught red-handed doing something bad by Gwen, he felt guilty. So he dared not fight back even more. He just kept dodging and looking for a chance to flee. Soon, Peter Parker actually found an opportunity. Spotting a moment when he was kicked away by Gwen, Peter used it to create distance. Then he decisively dove into the sewer. On the other side, the four turtles also took the opportunity to slip into the sewer. They promptly made their escape. Only Gwen was left looking at the sewers branching in two directions, caught in hesitation. In the end, Gwen chose to follow the sewer where Lizardman Peter had gone. Compared to those four turtles, Gwen was more concerned about the Lizardman. After everyone had entered the sewers, Leon also turned his gaze toward the sewer the four turtles had crawled into. You think you can run after offending the abbot? No way. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
American Comics Ancestors. One villain template a week. Part 2. Gwen went to chase Lizard Peter. Meanwhile, Leon found a corner to change his clothes. Afterward, he followed the trail of those four turtles and jumped down into the sewer they had escaped through. His villa couldn't be demolished for nothing, a price had to be paid. It was different from what he had imagined. The sewers of New York City weren't actually that dirty. At least, not for the most part. It was just damp. However, this wasn't much of an issue for Leon. Following the tracks left by the four turtles, Leon quickly gave chase. Within a few minutes, he had locked onto the location of the four turtles. The four turtles lived in a hollowed-out area of the sewer system. The area was vast and covered with surveillance cameras everywhere. It didn't look like a sewer, it looked more like an underground bunker. It was hard to imagine that such a thing existed beneath New York City. But Leon wasn't concerned with that, he was focused on those four turtles. Finding the entrance to this underground bunker, Leon didn't stand on ceremony. He delivered a direct kick to it. The steel door, forged to withstand artillery bombardment, was sent flying by Leon's kick. It even produced the sound of a sonic boom. One could imagine how exaggerated Leon's strength truly was. Carrying immense kinetic energy, the steel door slammed into the sewer wall with a thunderous boom, like a missile. It smashed a massive crater into the reinforced concrete wall. and it was deeply embedded within it. Beside this crater were 4 turtles with blank expressions and a rat whose fur was standing on end from fright. They were none other than the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and their master, Splinter. There were 4 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in total. They were named after the 4 masters of the Renaissance era: Leonardo, Raphael, Michelangelo, and Donatello. These 4 Ninja Turtles had all been injected with a special mutagenic gene serum. As a result, each of them possessed immense strength and rapid speed. Coupled with their hard-earned martial arts skills and perfect teamwork, the strength of these 4 Ninja Turtles was quite considerable. Average supervillains, when encountering these 4 Ninja Turtles, would be spun around like tops. Unfortunately, they were now facing Leon. Looking at Leon as he paced inside, even before they had begun to fight. The 4 Ninja Turtles and the Rat Master, Splinter, knew very well they would never be Leon's match. Just from the fact that Leon had kicked the steel door flying and even created a sonic boom. One could tell the difference in their stats was worlds apart. It was simply impossible to fight. Because of this, when Leon's unfriendly gaze swept over them, the Ninja Turtles were so scared they huddled together in a group. It's over, Raphael. We're going to be turned into braised soft-shell turtles today. You idiot, Michelangelo. We're turtles, not soft-shell turtles. What's the point of arguing about this now? We might as well take this time to reminisce about our lives. I remember in movies, people always see a revolving lantern of their life before they die. Wah! I haven't deleted my browser history yet. I don't want to suffer social death after I'm actually dead. The Ninja Turtles huddled together like dorks, feeling that they were doomed. Meanwhile, the Rat Master, Splinter, was a bit more composed. But only a bit. He stepped forward with a semblance of decorum and gave Leon a fist and palm salute. He actually looked quite like a grandmaster. Provided one ignored that his pair of rat legs were shaking uncontrollably from fear. My lord, we have always lived law-abiding lives in the sewers and have never provoked any trouble. I do not know what your purpose is, my lord. The Rat Master did have some skill. At least his mindset was much better than those 4 dorky Ninja Turtles. Leon looked at these 5 animals, and said with a cold face, law-abiding. Hey. Then why don't you explain why my villa has been turned into ruins? Hearing this, the Rat Master almost blacked out and fainted. He had just learned that the Ninja Turtles had run out and gone to the surface. And that they had demolished a villa. He had just been thinking about hanging these 4 Ninja Turtles up for a beating. And now the owner had come knocking on the door. How bitter. It looked like he was about to be turned into rat jerky. Putting himself in the other's shoes, if the Rat Master's own home had been inexplicably wrecked, he would also be angry enough to die. He would want nothing more than to bite the person who demolished his home to death. By that logic, Leon was likely going to beat them to death right here. Just as the Rat Master grew more and more desperate, and Leon drew closer and closer with an ever-increasing sense of pressure. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration hit the Rat Master and he thought of a way. My lord, we will pay. As soon as these words were spoken, Leon, who was originally full of hostility, instantly retracted it all. You should have said so earlier. If you'd said you would pay earlier, Leon wouldn't have been so angry. Inside the Ninja Turtles' base, the underground bunker, Leon sat in the chair that should have belonged to the Rat Master, looking at the 4 turtles and 1 rat below. He said, I'm not going to swindle you. I bought that villa for $3 million, and with taxes and everything, it came to $3.5 million. In addition, there's compensation for my mental distress, loss of work, and the expenses incurred for accommodation during this period. Rounding it off, you can just pay $10 million. Hearing this, the Rat Master almost blacked out. You call this rounding off? However, circumstances were stronger than the individual, and the Rat Master didn't dare say no. He could only grit his teeth and agree. Reasonable, very reasonable. Paying $10 million is what we should do. The Rat Master said through gritted teeth. As for whether they could produce that much money. Of course they could. Don't think that just because the Rat Master and the Ninja Turtles lived in the sewers, that they were poor. In reality, they were quite wealthy. With so many people in New York, someone lost things in the sewers every day. Sometimes the Rat Master and the Ninja Turtles could even find lost gold rings, gold necklaces, and the like. Small amounts add up over time. Naturally, they had accumulated quite a bit of money. This could be seen from the facilities in the underground bunker where the Rat Master and the others lived. Professional arenas, training equipment, a comprehensive, wide-range surveillance network with no blind spots, and various mechanical instruments and invented creations. You couldn't run all this without money. Therefore, the Rat Master really could produce 10 million. It would just be a massive drain on his funds. But losing money was better than losing lives. What if they made Leon unhappy and he just crushed them to death? If he killed them, wouldn't the 10 million, or even more, still belong to Leon? The Rat Master understood this logic. And Leon was also very satisfied with this result. Not to mention the 10 million in compensation, his villa was also insured, so he could claim compensation there too. Furthermore, the Ninja Turtles hadn't intentionally demolished his villa. The true culprit was Peter Parker. The Ninja Turtles had only been forced to demolish the home in order to stop Lizard Peter. Leon could still forgive that much. Of course, that was limited to forgiving the Ninja Turtles. As for Lizard Peter, Leon couldn't forgive him one bit. This grudge had to be settled. Queens. Peter's room. Peter Parker, who had now reverted back to his human form. He rubbed the blue and purple bruises on his body, his face contorting in pain. It hurts like hell. At the same time, Peter felt a sense of regret in his heart. He must have been possessed by a ghost to go out in the middle of the night thinking he could kill Leon. Instead, he ran into 4 inexplicable turtle men. He got jumped and beaten up. Then, he was chased and pummeled by Spider-Woman Gwen. If he hadn't run fast enough, Peter feared he would have been a goner. But even so, Peter felt very guilty. He was terrified that Gwen would follow the trail and find him. He couldn't imagine the day Gwen found out he was the Lizard Man. And that he had intended to kill Leon. What kind of look would Gwen give him then? At that moment, Peter would surely want to die of shame. Did he hate Leon? Without a doubt. But in all fairness, Leon hadn't really offended him. Leon and Gwen being together was a mutual attraction, a reciprocal love. He had attracted Gwen with his talent and his own qualities. He hadn't forced Gwen in the slightest. While Peter and Gwen were, to put it nicely, childhood friends, to put it bluntly, they were nothing. If Leon and Gwen were together, what right did he have to object? He had absolutely no reason to go and kill Leon. If Gwen found out, she would be completely disappointed in him. Peter knew this too, which was why he felt so guilty. He himself was very confused, not knowing what kind of madness had taken over him. Why such a terrible thought was born, and why he actually acted upon it. In reality, this was the influence of the lizard serum. If Peter hadn't injected the lizard serum, he would have at most disliked Leon. It would never have escalated to the point of wanting to harm Leon, let alone kill him. It was precisely the lizard serum that made Peter so extreme and violent. He had gained power beyond ordinary people through the lizard serum, and naturally, he had to pay the price for that power. Even if that price was too heavy for Peter to bear. While Peter was regretting his actions, Gwen had also returned home. The first thing she did was want to pull out her phone and call Leon. To give Leon some comfort. But soon, Gwen gave up on that idea. Mainly because it was impossible to explain. How did she know Leon's villa had been destroyed? She couldn't exactly tell Leon that she was Spider-Woman. She could only wait until she saw Leon at Empire State University tomorrow to comfort him properly. Unbeknownst to her, Leon didn't need comforting at all right now. After coming out of the New York sewers, he immediately booked a suite at the most luxurious hotel in New York. And he was already calculating where to buy a new villa. The next day, a piece of news exploded across the US. Thanks to this news, Leon also became famous. Because this news was a piece of gossip. The content was mainly a picture. A picture of Leon hugging Spider-Woman last night. The headline had a very clickbaity, tabloid feel to it. Shocking. Spider-Woman in love, her boyfriend is actually him. When Leon saw the news, he spat out his mouthful of water. Then his expression became strange. Could he say that this news wasn't clickbait, but actually the truth? Spider-Woman's boyfriend really was him. As for where the picture came from, don't forget that Leon's villa was in the Upper East Side. That's a place where the rich congregate. The density of surveillance cameras was naturally the highest in the US. Being caught on camera was perfectly normal. Leon had been too angry last night, causing him to forget about that. As a result, it made the papers today. Furthermore, Leon's identity had also been dug up by the media. Genius music producer, Grammy-winning songwriter. This identity pushed the heat of the gossip between him and Spider-Woman to the next level. Even Tony Stark's antics last night that landed him in the hospital couldn't snatch the headlines away. One could tell how popular he was right now. Just as Leon was wondering whether to kill a few of the troublemaking media outlets to vent his anger. His phone rang. The one calling was none other than Gwen. Regarding this news, Gwen's feelings were just as complicated as Leon's. First was shock that they were actually photographed. Followed by being unable to decide whether to laugh or cry. The news media had actually gotten it right for once. Spider-Woman and Leon really were lovers. Then came the worry. Over the past period of time, Gwen, as Spider-Woman, had stopped countless crimes. She had offended countless vicious villains. These villains didn't know Spider-Woman's true identity and were wary of her power. So they didn't dare to act rashly. But now, Leon had appeared. This was trouble. Those villains who hated Spider-Woman would definitely set their sights on Leon. They would view Leon as a tool to deal with Spider-Woman. Whether it was capturing him to threaten Spider-Woman or killing him outright to get revenge. It all meant that Leon would become a target for many villains. Gwen felt a headache just thinking about it. The reason she hid her identity was precisely for fear of bringing trouble to her friends. She didn't expect this kind of thing to happen anyway. And besides all that, Gwen had one more thing she wanted to clear up with Leon. And that was, quick, tell me, do you like me more, or do you like Spider-Woman more? Facing Gwen's interrogation over the phone, Leon was utterly speechless. It would be one thing if someone else asked this. But even you're asking, Gwen. Tisk, that's women for you. After fudging his way through Gwen's lethal question, Leon and Gwen started talking about serious business. First was taking a leave of absence. Leon was better off staying in the hotel and not going out for now. He was too popular today, there was no guarantee he wouldn't get shot if he stepped outside. Even if he didn't get shot, he'd likely be swarmed by onlookers. Leon wasn't interested in that. Then, Leon explained the sequence of events from last night to Gwen. And mentioned his villa being torn down. Gwen's acting skills also exploded. Pretending it was her first time hearing the news. And she hurriedly began to comfort Leon. Both of them were acting, each with 1,000 schemes in mind. Why is there so much bullshit every single day? Can't this guy just settle down for a bit? At SHIELD headquarters, Nick Fury looked at the newspaper in front of him. And the image of Leon hugging Spider-Woman on the paper. He felt a headache coming on. He could figure it out with his toes. There would definitely be many people going to cause trouble for Leon next. If Leon were just an ordinary person, it would be fine. Nick Fury wouldn't care if he died. But as it happened, Leon was a loose cannon, and a particularly powerful one at that. If someone really dared to provoke Leon, Leon really would dare to go on a killing spree. When that happened, wouldn't New York, which had just stabilized a bit, fall into chaos again? Just thinking about the consequences made Nick Fury's scalp tingle. Fortunately, he was bald, otherwise, he'd surely be losing hair from worry just like Coulson. Get Natasha for me. After a round of cursing, Nick Fury finally gave the order. Natasha would just have to suffer a bit more. He, the Grand Director of SHIELD, couldn't exactly go out personally. All day long, Leon stayed in the hotel for the entire day. During this time, he received countless calls and text messages. Some were from friends and classmates, excitedly asking if he was really dating Spider-Woman. Could he get Spider-Woman to sign an autograph for them? And whether Spider-Woman was good-looking, and what it felt like to date Spider-Woman. Leon gave a uniform reply: get lost. Besides these, there were many Spider-Woman fans who had somehow gotten hold of his phone number. They were cursing him wildly. They said he wasn't worthy of Spider-Woman and demanded he get away from her. Leon silently noted this grudge. And decided that the idol would pay for the fans' behavior. Let's see if he doesn't give Gwen a hard time later to settle it. Of course, there were also some not-so-friendly ones. Threats, intimidation, and even sending ghost pictures or images of corpses directly. Obviously, these were all enemies of Spider-Woman. They couldn't find out who Spider-Woman was, and they didn't dare to face her. So they decided to squeeze this soft persimmon to take revenge on Spider-Woman. Leon could even guess that there must already be some capable villains who had found his current location. They might even be on their way. All of this made Leon truly furious. He really wanted to go on a killing spree. And he was indeed prepared to do so. But before he could act, a knock on the door sounded. A waiter's voice came from the door, saying they were delivering a meal for him. But Leon remembered that he had never ordered any meal. Obviously, Spider-Woman's enemies had found him. Leon was not only unfazed but also wore a sinister grin, daring to come to his door. If he didn't kill them, he would be doing a disservice to what he went through today. Just as Leon got up, wanting to open the door and start killing, the sound of glass being tapped sounded behind him. Turning his head, he saw the culprit of it all, Spider-Gwen, hanging upside down outside the window. She was making gestures at him, signaling him to open the window. After thinking about it, Leon chose to open the window first. Spider-Woman, why are you here? Leon asked, feigning confusion. And Gwen replied in Spider-Woman's signature playful voice, Buddy, I'm here to see my boyfriend. But I already have a girlfriend. Our relationship is very good, and I love her very much. Hearing this, Gwen, beneath the mask, was quite satisfied. But she still said, Fine, I apologize to your girlfriend. I'm very sorry for causing you such big trouble, but now is not the time to talk about this. Come on, I'll take you to a safe place first. At the same time, the sound of the door being smashed came from the room. And Gwen didn't delay, grabbing Leon's arm with one hand, and brought Leon to the window. Feel the way Spider-Woman travels. After saying that, she jumped off the window with Leon. Just then, the door was smashed open, and a group of guys armed with weapons rushed in. Seeing Leon being taken away by Spider-Woman, the leader cursed angrily. Then he quickly contacted the boss behind the scenes. Spider-Woman has appeared, they really have a thing going on. In fact, it wasn't just these villains who were certain that Leon and Spider-Woman really had a thing. All the citizens of New York City knew it too. Because Gwen took Leon and started traveling through the city of New York in the Spider-Man way. Occasionally, when they passed by at a low altitude, they were photographed by many people holding mobile phones. Late at night, Spider-Woman taking Leon, such a rumored boyfriend, to play Fast and Furious directly in New York. If you said they didn't have a thing, the people of New York wouldn't believe it. It seems like it's getting more and more impossible to explain clearly. Gwen also realized this at this moment. Her actions tonight didn't just confirm the rumor between Leon and Spider-Woman. But Gwen didn't regret it. After all, in Gwen's view, if she hadn't taken Leon to run away tonight, Leon would have been captured by those villains. Gwen didn't even dare to think about what Leon would have faced then. Compared to life-threatening danger, what is confirming the rumors? And who said rumors must only be rumors? She really was lovers with Leon. Whizzing all the way with Leon, the two finally arrived at the roof of a building. After landing steadily, Gwen was a bit flustered. She didn't know how to face Leon next. After all, she was the one who directly caused Leon to become the target of public criticism. And Leon was more concerned that Gwen was still holding his hand. Should he struggle? Or should he not? Finally, out of loyalty to Gwen, Leon shook his hand, waking Gwen, who was lost in thought. Spider-Woman, that's enough, you can let go. Gwen only then reacted and let go of Leon's hand she was holding. Then she asked deliberately, Buddy, is it necessary to be so disgusted by me? I am Spider-Woman, and your idol at that. Shouldn't you be very happy to be in contact with me? Leon's heart tightened, realizing this was another life-threatening question. He quickly said righteously, I have a girlfriend, and I love her very much. I can't do things that would betray her, sorry Spider-Woman. Gwen was blooming with joy inside, but on the surface, she pretended to be dissatisfied and hummed. She continued, Is your girlfriend really that good? Of course, she is perfect in my heart. She is passionate, lively, sincere, and beautiful. She is a gift given to me by heaven. If not for the spider mask blocking it, Leon would definitely have seen the corners of Gwen's mouth already grinning wide. Gwen was quite satisfied with Leon's answer. It was just that she didn't want to reveal her identity in front of Leon. Otherwise, she would have given Leon a deep kiss regardless of anything. But she didn't enjoy it for too long. Soon, Gwen became distressed. Distressed about how to deal with the impact of this matter. She didn't need to think to guess that the rumors between Spider-Woman and Leon would become even more crazy. Leon would also be targeted by more people. And unless she followed Leon every moment, Leon would always have times when he encountered danger. If an accident really happened then, she would regret it for the rest of her life. So, she had to think of a way to ensure Leon's safety. But what method could ensure Leon's absolute safety? Gwen thought back and forth, but couldn't think of any clue. And Leon was already a bit unwilling to stay. Current Gwen was in Spider-Woman form, and couldn't do some things that couples should do with him. Moreover, Leon was very angry right now. He really wanted to go on a killing spree. And wash New York with blood again. Otherwise, wouldn't he have been harassed for nothing? So, Leon wanted to leave. And just at this moment, the roof door was pushed open. A woman dressed in a investigator bodysuit walked onto the rooftop. Spider-Woman, Mr. Leon, perhaps I can help you. The person who came was none other than Natasha. Not long ago, Natasha had just finished cleaning up the mess in New York. It had taken a great deal of effort to settle the fallout from the death of Kingpin. She had barely managed to re-establish a fragile order in New York City. Although fragile, order existed nonetheless. The subsequent matters did not require an ace agent like Natasha to handle. It would suffice to leave it to ordinary SHIELD agents and the NYPD. As it turned out, Natasha had not expected this. She had only just spent a day sunbathing on the beach. Trouble had arisen again. And the culprit was the same person. Leon. Heaven knows how infuriated Natasha was when she received the order from Nick Fury to protect Leon. But that's just how it is when you're a corporate slave. Even if she wished she could smash her boss's brains out, she had no choice but to hold her nose and get to work. Thus, she returned to New York that very day and found Leon this evening. She even followed the trail of Spider-Woman and found this rooftop. Taking advantage of the moment when Spider-Woman was agonizing over how to keep Leon safe, Natasha stepped forward. Natasha's sudden appearance caught Gwen off guard. Her expression immediately turned guarded, and she shielded Leon behind her. Full of a sense of security. Who are you? Gwen demanded of Natasha. And Natasha had already prepared her script. She took out her credentials, showed them to Gwen, and explained, "My name is Natasha, and I am a senior agent with the FBI. I mean no harm, I just want to help you both." Gwen's father was a police captain, so she was no stranger to the FBI. With just a glance, she confirmed that Natasha's credentials were real. This made Gwen feel slightly more at ease. And Natasha continued, "Spider-Woman, we have actually been watching you for a long time. Although we do not know your true identity, we highly approve of your actions. Fighting criminals and protecting the people are our shared goals. In a sense, we are comrades in arms. And this time, your trouble is quite significant, which is why my superiors sent me to offer you help. We can ensure Mr. Leon's safety, so you can have no worries." Natasha was a seasoned actress. Her acting was completely flawless. Gwen naturally couldn't see through it. She believed her immediately. However, Gwen still had one last lingering doubt. Then what do you want from me? Gwen was no idiot, she knew there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Given the nature of the FBI, she absolutely did not believe they had no ulterior motive. Fortunately, Natasha was well prepared for this. A promise. Sometimes we also encounter opponents we cannot handle. For example, those super powerful villains. At those times, we will need some help. I believe Spider-Woman would not mind doing this small favor. Well, actually, it was all nonsense. The main reason Natasha had come was to keep an eye on Leon. The order in New York had just been established and was still quite fragile. It really could not withstand Leon going on another killing spree. Therefore, she had no choice but to come and make contact. Not necessarily to stop Leon from killing, but at least to guide him. To not kill indiscriminately. For some insignificant ones, if Leon killed them, so be it. But for some key figures, she had to make Leon calm down. At least, not kill them right now. Killing them later would be fine too. As for doing Spider-Woman a favor, that was just incidental. In fact, SHIELD had long known Gwen's true identity. And they had full confidence in being able to recruit Gwen into their camp. It just wasn't the right time to make contact. With Natasha's explanation, Gwen also visibly relaxed. And she said to Natasha, in that case, happy to work with you. Afterwards, Gwen turned to Leon and said, buddy, I'm sorry about what happened this time. I'm the one who dragged you into this. But don't worry, I will soon find a way to help you resolve this trouble. I promise, as Spider-Woman. Natasha also spoke up at the right moment, we can also help. Although I really don't want to admit it, in fact. The media controls the narrative, and we can control the media. Among those high-ranking officials in the entertainment industry, whose dirt isn't in our hands. Leon had no objections. Although this meant having to interact with S.H.I.E.L.D. But, should I avoid their edge? When he had no power, Leon avoided S.H.I.E.L.D. like the plague. Now that he had power, S.H.I.E.L.D. should be calling him daddy. He didn't mind accepting S.H.I.E.L.D. as his son. Besides, he also wanted to end this farce quickly. Otherwise, being annoyed like this every day. Leon himself also felt it was disgusting. And S.H.I.E.L.D. definitely had the ability to meet Leon's demands. A son helping his father deal with a little trouble. Isn't that only natural? With neither having any objections, the partnership was reached. Gwen didn't stay long and soon swung away on her webs. And just after Gwen had left a certain distance, Leon turned his head and looked at Natasha. So, you S.H.I.E.L.D. agents intend to recruit me. Hearing this, Natasha's pupils constricted. Apparently, she hadn't expected Leon to be able to identify her affiliation immediately. Natasha had come to see Leon's performance. Although there were many people at that time, Leon had still noticed her. And it was from that moment on that Leon understood S.H.I.E.L.D. had already set its sights on him. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. was very sensible, they neither made contact nor conducted surveillance. So Leon couldn't be bothered to care. But now, there was no need to pretend anymore. Might as well speak openly and honestly. And Natasha, although she didn't know why Leon knew about S.H.I.E.L.D., remained calm and did not lose her head due to confusion. She truthfully said, our attitude toward you is, do not contact, do not offend. As long as you do not commit crimes that endanger all of humanity, we will not do anything to you. But this time, we have no choice. You've caused too much of a commotion. New York cannot withstand another shock of collapsing order. S.H.I.E.L.D. had always felt that Leon was a trouble. Powerful, arrogant, and incredibly fierce. Unless S.H.I.E.L.D. were crazy, they wouldn't think of recruiting such a thorn in their side. Not contacting and not offending was the best way to treat Leon. But this time, it really was impossible not to make contact. If Leon were allowed to cause another scene, the order in New York would completely collapse. By then, S.H.I.E.L.D. would also face significant pressure. Well, it was mainly because Nick Fury was worried that someone would use this as an excuse to cut S.H.I.E.L.D's funding. And S.H.I.E.L.D's funding had always been Nick Fury's money bag. How could he tolerate having less money? He had to change his plan to contact Leon. After listening, Leon frowned. Looking at Natasha, he said, so, are you trying to stop me? After listening to Natasha's explanation, Leon's first reaction was, is this woman trying to convince me to put down my butcher's knife? If that were really the case, Leon would punch her directly. She didn't show up when he was being harassed, but now that he's holding a blade and wants to kill someone, she comes running over to play the good person. Does she think his fists don't hurt? Fortunately, Natasha didn't have that thought. Facing Leon's unfriendly glare, Natasha said cautiously, no, what I mean is, you can be selective about who you kill. Subsequently, Natasha took out her phone right in front of Leon and showed it to him. This is the leader of the Foot Clan, Shredder, a scoundrel who commits all sorts of evil. He is ambitious and was previously a partner of Kingpin, helping Kingpin control the underground order of New York. After Kingpin died, he began to expand rapidly. In the past few days, the number of deaths caused by him has reached thousands. I think he fits your target perfectly. Before Natasha made contact with Leon, S.H.I.E.L.D. had already found the most professional psychological analysts to analyze Leon's psychological profile. From the profile, Natasha learned that Leon is not a person who follows the rules and can sometimes even be quite crazy. But it wasn't the kind of madness that completely loses reason. On the contrary, he still has a rather high moral bottom line. For example, he wouldn't kill innocent people indiscriminately, nor would he inexplicably do things that are devoid of conscience. Even if he is bloodthirsty, he basically only kills those who deserve to die. Such a Leon is hard to count as a good person, but he is definitely not a bad person either. At most, he is a dark superhero. He is not as upright, bright, or easy to control as those true superheroes, but he is definitely not an enemy. It is precisely because of these reasons that Natasha came to find Leon. If Leon were a homicidal maniac, wouldn't Natasha be courting death by approaching him? By the same token, Natasha wouldn't stop Leon from killing people. Anyway, Leon wouldn't kill indiscriminately. And for a guy like Shredder who deserves to die, Natasha would even prefer it if Leon killed more. Leon looked at Natasha, who was introducing Shredder as if she were introducing a business opportunity to him, and his expression gradually became strange. Then, he couldn't help but say, "So, you want to turn me into a blade in your hands?" Natasha was stunned, and then felt a bit awkward, because indeed, she did have that thought. Shield of course also wanted to get rid of Shredder. And as it happened, Leon wanted to kill someone to vent his frustration. It was a perfect match, wasn't it? But this kind of thing, once seen through, shouldn't be spoken out loud. Speaking it out makes it a bit awkward. Natasha didn't know how to respond. Instead, Leon said, "Actually, I don't mind being utilized by you. The problem is, you can't make me work for free, right?" It has always been Leon taking advantage of others. How could he be taken advantage of by others? Therefore, if S.H.I.E.L.D. wants to utilize him, they can. They have to pay more. Natasha was somewhat speechless, and at this moment, Nick Fury's voice came through her earpiece. A moment later, Natasha said to Leon with a strange expression, 2 million, let's make friends. Fine. Leon didn't quibble over whether it was more or less. As long as there was something, it was fine. After all, even if they didn't pay him, Leon would still kill some people to vent his anger. Getting paid was just an unexpected bonus. As long as he wasn't being taken advantage of for free, Leon could accept it. After agreeing on the price, the two acted quickly. On such a beautiful night, it would be a pity not to kill some people. The Foot Clan's headquarters is located in the Brooklyn district of New York. It is the district with the most chaotic public security among the 5 major districts of New York. The famous Hell's Kitchen is located in this area. At the same time, this is also the district with the largest population of black residents in New York. It is also the district with the highest density of narcotics in New York. One can imagine the degree of chaos here. It can be said that this place is a hotbed of gangs and crime, a paradise for lawbreakers. The Foot Clan's headquarters being located here can only be said to be most appropriate. Late at night, Leon brought Natasha to the Brooklyn area, and arrived outside the Foot Clan headquarters. Looking at the huge high-rise building in front of them. Those who don't know would think this is the headquarters of some well-known enterprise. Who could have imagined that this is actually the headquarters of the Foot Clan, that notorious criminal organization? Do we need to discuss a plan? For example, I act as bait and you do the harvesting. Or, should I call more people? Before starting the killing, Natasha asked Leon. This is her habit. After all, she is an agent by trade. She values professionalism. And Leon, he doesn't need these things. The plan is simple, you follow behind me, and I kill in front. Once everyone is killed, our operation ends. Huh. Before Natasha could say anything more, Leon had already finished his preparations and walked towards the Foot Clan's headquarters building. Seeing this, Natasha could only follow. Entering the Foot Clan's headquarters, they soon saw several security personnel. Seeing Leon walk in dressed all in black, these security personnel were stunned for a moment. They thought he was a member of the Foot Clan. After all, it's a gang. As a result, Leon decisively drew his gun and shot these guys dead. How could anyone working as security at the Foot Clan headquarters be a good person? Kill at will, and he would never kill the wrong person. At the same time, Leon was too lazy to hide his tracks. If he was discovered, he was discovered. With his current strength, dealing with a mere Foot Clan, there was absolutely no need to play any stealth games. Or rather, for Leon, the best stealth is to go on a rampage. Kill all the witnesses, who can say this isn't a perfect stealth mission. Afterwards, with the many security cameras inside the Foot Clan headquarters building overhead, Leon began his rampage. Top floor. Just like usual, Shredder started his daily training. Having just killed 10 top fighters from all over the world who were attacking him while he was bound by chains. He saw his subordinate rush up in a hurry. Boss, it's bad, the Carnage Machine has broken in. Carnage Machine was the nickname given to him by people in the underworld after Leon slaughtered thousands in one night, killing from the east side of New York to the west side. He killed too ruthlessly, just like a machine. If Leon knew, he would definitely be angry. Carnage Machine. What a crappy nickname. It would be better to call him the final villain. Shredder didn't pay attention to the criticism regarding the nickname, Carnage Machine. Instead, he exerted force and snapped the chains binding his hands and feet. Then he stood up, his height of nearly 2 meters exuding a full sense of oppression. He came to his subordinate. Then what are you standing there for? Pick up your weapon and go. Under Shredder's gaze, this subordinate who reported the news ran out with tears in his eyes. And Shredder, at this time, walked out of the training room and came to the equipment room. He gave a look to his subordinates waiting on the side. Then someone stepped forward to help him put on his equipment. Shredder knew that Kingpin's subordinates couldn't withstand the Carnage Machine, and his own subordinates definitely couldn't either. Therefore, he must face the Carnage Machine directly. Under these circumstances, putting on his equipment and being fully armed to deal with the Carnage Machine was the best choice. Shredder's judgment was completely correct. His subordinates really couldn't stop him at all. Almost immediately after Shredder had finished putting on his equipment, Leon kicked open the door and charged in. Thus, Shredder truly came face to face with the Butcher, who had slaughtered his way through the entire New York underworld. Looking at Leon as he burst in, Shredder felt an inexplicable sense of tension. It had been many years since he had felt such an emotion. Even when facing Kingpin back in the day, he hadn't felt nervous. But when facing Leon, he was incredibly nervous. This could only mean that the opponent before him was even more terrifying than Kingpin had been. This was also normal. After all, Kingpin had died at Leon's hands. Leon looked over Shredder's attire. With some interest, he said, "A ninja. With you looking like that, I'm starting to get excited." Leon had originally intended to finish Shredder off quickly and go home to sleep. But if it was a ninja, then Leon wasn't in a rush. He would have to play with him for a while longer. It was only at this moment that Natasha finally arrived, appearing behind Leon. The look in Natasha's eyes as she gazed at Leon was as if she had seen a ghost. Along the way, Natasha had witnessed Leon's actions from start to finish. After watching, only one thought remained in Natasha's mind. Monster. Natasha truly felt that Leon was nothing but a monster. His strength was exaggeratedly high. When killing those Foot Clan gangsters, it was as easy as slaughtering chickens. He even killed with a sense of artistry. That was incredibly terrifying. What kind of decent person could be that professional at killing? Furthermore, Natasha could see that Leon's combat skills were at the pinnacle and flawless. Natasha herself was a combat expert, having undergone the strictest training since childhood. But in front of Leon, Natasha felt like a complete rookie. Because many times, Leon's handling of situations was something Natasha couldn't even conceive of. This could only mean that Leon's combat skills were far above her own. How old was he anyway? Natasha looked young on the outside, but she was actually over 50. Yet Leon was a genuine young man. Natasha had lived for decades longer than Leon. Yet her combat skills couldn't even compare to a fraction of Leon's. It was absurd. Could he really be a genius? While Natasha was lost in thought, the battle between Leon and Shredder had already begun. Rather than a battle, it was more like a one-sided slaughter. In front of Leon, the leader of the Foot Clan, Shredder, was as naive as a child. He was being toyed with. All of the combat techniques and lethal ninjutsu moves that Shredder had prided himself on in the past were completely useless in front of Leon. As soon as he unleashed them, they were instantly neutralized. And he would be met with a fierce counterattack from Leon. Basically, one hit meant broken bones and snapped tendons. Even with Shredder wearing armor made from a special alloy, he couldn't withstand it. It was still beaten to pieces. As for Shredder's attacks, not to mention that he couldn't even touch Leon. Even if he managed to land a lucky hit, he couldn't cause any damage to Leon at all. The power of stats, kid. In such a situation, Shredder could be said to be becoming more desperate the longer he fought. One had to know, Shredder was not a weak-willed person. The fact that he had made it this far was proof enough that his heart was as hard as iron and difficult to shake. Yet he was still beaten into despair by Leon. Finally, after having every bone in his body broken by Leon from every conceivable angle, Shredder finally found his release. The moment he was grabbed by the throat by Leon, Shredder was actually somewhat happy. Finally, he could die. With a snap, Shredder's neck was twisted by Leon. And this meant that the infamous Foot Clan in New York was completely eradicated. After eliminating Shredder, Leon turned to Natasha and said, "I'm heading back. What about you?" Natasha thought for a moment and replied, "I'll go with you. I'll keep an eye on you for these next few days, so nobody else provokes you." Natasha was afraid that someone else without eyes would come and provoke Leon's temper again. What if Leon slaughtered his way through everything again? That would be endless. Might as well just follow him. Help Leon with some trivial matters, and after the storm surrounding Leon calmed down, it wouldn't be too late to leave. Natasha's choice was absolutely a wise one. Because the very next day, Leon's popularity exploded once again. This time, it was still about the rumors between him and Spider-Woman. Furthermore, unlike last time where there was only an unconvincing video of a hug, this time, Spider-Woman took Leon and went swinging directly over the city of New York. The kind where they were holding hands. Who knows how many people captured it on camera. The internet was flooded with videos of Leon and Spider-Woman swinging. This undoubtedly confirmed that Leon and Spider-Woman were having an affair. It made even the official media, which had been somewhat restrained, unable to resist getting involved. They participated in this traffic feast. It was with the participation of so many media outlets that this time, Leon truly became famous all over the United States. Who knows how many people were envious, jealous, and hateful toward him. Among them, the one with the deepest hatred was undoubtedly Peter Parker. At this moment, the side effects of the lizard serum had seeped into Peter Parker's bone marrow. His murderous intent toward Leon was also growing day by day. Now, it had reached a point where it could no longer be suppressed no matter what. At this point, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Peter Parker was insane. Fortunately, he still possessed the instinct to avoid disaster, knowing that this was not the best time to act against Leon. So he could still endure it. He didn't rush to make a move on Leon. Otherwise, Peter Parker would definitely cry. While public opinion was red hot, SHIELD also took quick action. They began to pressure major media giants to suppress the heat. At the same time, scandals of some celebrities who already had bad records were exposed, quickly dividing the public's attention. In addition, some news was leaked indicating that Leon already had a girlfriend. Being with Spider-Woman was purely a rumor and gossip. In short, under the influence of SHIELD, the risk of public opinion was quickly diverted. There weren't that many people paying attention to Leon anymore. Of course, this was a method that treated the symptoms but not the root cause. Because those who hated Spider-Woman would never easily let Leon off the hook just because of this. And this was where Natasha's role was demonstrated. Some small fries who tried to make a move on Leon were directly dealt with by Natasha. As for those who were truly capable, they basically all knew that Leon was not someone to be trifled with. They wouldn't act lightly. Suddenly, things really quieted down for Leon. It was in this rare quiet that time quickly arrived at the weekend. It was the day Leon and Gwen had agreed to go to Jurassic Park together. On this day, Leon put on some makeup and did a bit of a disguise. Then he went out to meet up with Gwen. And Gwen had also woken up early to prepare. Clearly, she also attached great importance to this date. It was evident that Gwen had prepared carefully. Because today, Gwen was not wearing her usual plain everyday clothes. Instead, she had changed into a youthful and beautiful long shirt and shorts. Her fair and energetic long legs were shimmering in the sunlight. They were like some kind of treasure, tempting Leon to explore them. Leon couldn't help but take a few extra, careful glances. Gwen naturally noticed this. But she wasn't repulsed. On the contrary, she was secretly pleased. It wasn't in vain that she had carefully dressed up before heading out. After greeting each other, they couldn't help but embrace and kiss. After releasing the longing that had built up over these past few days, they got into the car, chatting and laughing, ready to head to Jurassic Park. Jurassic Park is located on the West Coast, not close to New York at all. Therefore, They needed to take a plane to get there. Fortunately, Leon was not someone who lacked money, he had already booked the tickets. He just took Gwen onto the plane, and that was it. It took about 4 hours, and they finally arrived at their destination. At a pier on the west coast, one could take a boat to the Jurassic Park island, which was far away overseas. It was evident that the first batch of people qualified to board Jurassic Park were all wealthy. Private yachts were docked everywhere at the pier. Of course, there were also cruise ships arranged by Jurassic Park. Leon took Gwen onto the cruise ship, and after going to their room to tidy up, the two quickly met up on the deck. Perhaps it was because they were far away from New York. Gwen was noticeably more relaxed. Sometimes she would even actively seek to cuddle with Leon. Leon wouldn't be polite either, fulfilling all of Gwen's requests. On this day, the two completely forgot about the powers they both possessed. They were truly just like an ordinary couple in love, enjoying their first date. The cruise ship sailed on the sea for about half an hour. Then they arrived at the island where Jurassic Park was located. Before they had even docked at the pier, they had already seen quite a few dinosaurs along the edge of the island. Brontosaurus, Triceratops, Carnotaurus. These creatures, which should have lived in the distant Jurassic era, were now appearing vividly before everyone's eyes. Those long, echoing roars seemed to traverse the ages, rushing towards them with the aura of a primordial wilderness. At this moment, even Leon was a little excited. Living dinosaurs, to be able to reappear in this era, it was simply a miracle. Who could see this and remain calm? After landing on the Jurassic Park island and beginning the actual tour of the dinosaur island according to the process, Leon felt even more truly that coming here this time was worth it. It was completely different from the experience of watching dinosaurs in movies. Seeing it with his own eyes, hearing it with his own ears, and personally feeling the reality of the earth trembling slightly with every step those dinosaurs took. Undoubtedly, this was a wonderful experience. And Gwen's excitement was on par with Leon's. Sometimes, when she was too excited, she would even subconsciously squeeze Leon's hand tightly. It was a good thing Leon himself wasn't an ordinary person. Otherwise, Gwen would already be committing domestic violence. The two played all the way until dark. After admiring various kinds of dinosaurs, they rested at the Jurassic Park Hotel. And at this moment, Gwen was sweating a little. Because she and Leon had only booked one room. Gwen, who had already sensed what was going to happen, couldn't control her face from turning red. However, she didn't retreat in the end. She followed Leon into the room. Leon noticed Gwen's nervousness, so he started finding topics to talk about. From music to dreams, from studies to life. Under Leon's rambling, Gwen's mood visibly relaxed a lot. When the time was about right, Leon started getting to the main point. Under a series of combos, Gwen, unsurprisingly, achieved the first blood achievement. And Leon later sighed with emotion. As expected of a superhero. She was just different from ordinary people. It wasn't just the psychological sense of achievement. The most important thing was that a superhero's physique was much stronger than an ordinary person's. Just the feeling alone was on a different level. Westerners generally have rough skin, but Gwen was completely different. Her skin was exceptionally delicate and flawless. This was something ordinary people could absolutely not achieve. But Gwen could. In short, to describe it in one word, it could only be moist. Although she had suffered heavy damage last night. But by the next day, Gwen had fully recovered. Must say, a superhero's recovery ability is indeed strong. Ordinary people cannot compare. Even, having tasted the sweetness. Gwen even took the initiative to provoke trouble in the morning. Finally, she was severely suppressed by Leon. After the morning exercise, Leon and Gwen went out embracing, continuing to visit the dinosaur island they hadn't finished visiting yesterday. Meanwhile, in the central area of the dinosaur island, inside a hidden laboratory, a group of fully armed guys were staring at Leon and Gwen through a screen. Target confirmed, the carnage machine Leon and his girlfriend Gwen. What we need to do is, after capturing Gwen, use Gwen to attract Leon's attention, threaten him, and finally execute the arrest. If everything goes smoothly, we will obtain a powerful blade. Of course, this mission will also be very dangerous, and we might all die. But, are you afraid? The leader said as such. And the answer to him was shouts of, for Hydra. Long live Hydra. The most notorious organization from World War II, Hydra. Seemingly already destroyed, it had actually gone from the light into the shadows, having long since parasitized major organizations around the world. The most typical example is SHIELD, which could almost be renamed Hydra SHIELD. And Jurassic Park, as an unprecedented organization that possesses dinosaurs. How could it not attract the covetous eyes of Hydra? As early as over a decade ago, Hydra had already quietly infiltrated Jurassic Park. Now, it has basically taken control of the entire Jurassic Park. And treated this place, as well as all the dinosaurs on the island, as experimental material for Hydra. And today, the Hydra members on the island also received a mission. That is the mission to capture Leon. SHIELD has information on Leon. And Hydra naturally would have it too. After reading through Leon's information, those Hydra leaders were undoubtedly tempted. If they could control Leon and brainwash him, then, Hydra would obtain a powerful weapon. A powerful weapon that surpasses Captain America. For this purpose, Hydra chose to make an enemy of Leon. In addition, Hydra also felt that even if the plan failed, Leon would not come looking for Hydra. After all, in the eyes of the public, Hydra had already been destroyed. How could anyone suspect an organization that had been destroyed? In order for the plan to be carried out smoothly, Hydra had even planned to capture Gwen as a hostage to hold Leon back. Little did they know, Gwen was not that easy to capture. Leon had intended to tour the entire Jurassic Park with Gwen. Alas, someone had no eyes. They hadn't been in Jurassic Park for long. Both of them simultaneously sensed that someone was tracking them. Instantly, their thoughts aligned. Coming for me. Although they noticed they were being followed, Leon and Gwen didn't show it immediately. Instead, they pretended nothing was wrong and kept walking for a while. When the time was right, they prepared to act. I'm going to the restroom. I'm going to buy something over there. Almost simultaneously, they both came up with their excuses. For a split second, they felt a bit awkward. But soon, they nodded at each other with mutual understanding. Then we'll meet back here later. Let's have some free time for a bit. Gwen suggested. All right, see you later. After saying that, they parted ways. Gwen headed to the shopping center inside Jurassic Park, found a blind spot, and immediately pulled her Spider-Woman suit out of her bag. As for Leon, he used materials collected along the way to change in the restroom. Subsequently, Carnage and Spider-Woman set out just like that. Over on Gwen's side, the Hydra members who had been keeping an eye on her. Seeing that Gwen was alone, they immediately followed. They ended up entering a blind spot in their line of sight. But they didn't see where Gwen went. Strange, I clearly saw her walk in here just now. One of the Hydra agents said, puzzled. At that moment, a teasing voice came from above them. Hello there, are you looking for someone? Do you need my help? The Hydra agents hurriedly looked up. They saw Spider-Woman clinging to the ceiling. And this Spider-Woman was getting closer and larger. In a flash, Gwen knocked those few Hydra agents unconscious. Then, she nimbly flashed out of the scene, rushing toward the other Hydra agents. Seeing this, the Hydra agents hurriedly pulled out their weapons and opened fire. For a moment, gunfire erupted and webs flew everywhere. Nearby tourists screamed in terror. But not a single person was injured. Because even if stray bullets flew out, they would be intercepted in midair by Gwen's webs. Her monstrous dynamic vision was enough for Gwen to keep up with the speed of bullets and react easily. And if she could catch bullets, how could those ordinary Hydra agents have any chance of winning? While Gwen was showing off her skills, on the other side. Inside the Hydra hideout led by Crossbones. A shrill alarm sounded. At the same time, a message was transmitted. Intelligence error, Spider-Woman has appeared. The plan to kidnap Gwen has failed, and the main target, Leon, has lost his trail. There is a high probability he is already heading to the base. Hearing this news, Crossbones couldn't help but curse. Without another word, he raised his gun and shattered the glass in front of him. Then, without caring about the lives of his other subordinates, he jumped out the window. Almost at the same time, the door to this hideout was kicked flying. Leon, having concealed his face and figure, stormed in. He began a massacre against those Hydra agents. It took less than 20 seconds in total. Nearly 20 Hydra agents inside the hideout had their necks snapped by Leon. Afterward, Leon arrived at the window, watching Crossbones quickly disappear into the rainforest. His gaze grew colder. You offended the master and still want to run. No way. Leon pursued him without hesitation. Crossbones felt like he had never run this fast before. Not even when he was being hunted by Captain America and the Howling Commandos back in the day. But today, Crossbones successfully broke his own limits. But he couldn't feel happy at all. Because he knew the monster behind him would only be faster. Fool Pierce, fool plan. They didn't even figure out the crucial intelligence that Gwen is Spider-Woman. If I can make it back alive, I will definitely tear his throat out. Crossbones cursed in his heart while running. Cursing the planner of this operation. It was too treacherous. The focus of their plan was to kidnap Gwen and then use her to restrain Leon. But as it turned out, Gwen was actually Spider-Woman. This directly caused the entire plan to go bankrupt. They had also turned from hunters into Leon's prey. If he had known this information earlier, Crossbones would have been crazy to come and oppose Leon. How wonderful it is to be alive. But now, he was being hunted by Leon, who was as strong as a monster. Bad intelligence kills. Just as this thought appeared, Crossbones had to stop. Because in front of him, Leon, dressed in black, was watching him coldly. Seeing this scene, Crossbones sighed. Then his expression gradually became ferocious. And from his lower back, he pulled out two short knives. Crossbones already understood that he couldn't run away. Since that was the case, he might as well put up a fight. Even if he died, he would try to die with some dignity. It must be said, Crossbones had commendable courage. But it was of no use. From the moment Crossbones roared and charged at Leon, to the moment he had his neck snapped by Leon's hand, it only took a few seconds. This nemesis of Captain America was strangled to death on the spot by Leon. After killing Crossbones, Leon did not stay long. He quickly returned to the spot where he had separated from Gwen. And on Gwen's side, she had also dealt with those Hydra agents. After knocking all these Hydra agents unconscious, she quickly disappeared amidst the cheers of the onlookers. Immediately after, Gwen, in her true form, slipped out of a corner and merged into the crowd. By the time Gwen arrived at the meeting spot she had agreed upon with Leon, Leon had already bought 2 ice creams and was waiting there. While Gwen was empty-handed. Didn't you say you were going to buy something? Did you buy air? Leon teased Gwen while looking at her. Gwen scratched her head awkwardly, then found an excuse to gloss over it. Leon didn't press the issue, acting as if he knew nothing. Soon, the two continued their tour of Jurassic Park. The previous Hydra attack could only be considered a small interlude. Neither of them took it to heart. However, the news of the shooting incident at Jurassic Park still made the headlines of major news outlets. In Queens, New York, Peter Parker was holed up at home watching TV to pass the time. Suddenly, he saw the news about Jurassic Park. The news wasn't the point was that Peter saw Gwen and Leon interacting sweetly in the corner of the news footage. At this moment, Peter understood. Gwen and Leon had gone to Jurassic Park for a date. And this was exactly what made Peter feel the most uncomfortable. Because, a few days ago, he had also planned to ask Gwen out to hang out. But Gwen had refused. What did this mean? It meant that in Gwen's heart, accompanying Leon was more important than accompanying Peter. At this moment, Peter's eyes were bloodshot. Jurassic Park ended. Gwen and Leon returned to New York. During the 2 days they were dating, public opinion surrounding Leon had faded significantly. By now, Leon didn't have much popularity left. This allowed him to return to campus. However, before that, there was some good news. That was, a new week had begun. A new villain template had arrived. Muzan, from the Demon Slayer world. Upon seeing this new template, Leon curled his lips in disdain. Muzan wasn't very strong, and his mechanics were quite average. Plus, he was hard countered by the sun. It was only because Leon's own physique was strong and monstrous enough that he ignored the weaknesses brought by Muzan. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to face the sun. Otherwise, Leon would have wanted a refund. Of course, the Muzan template wasn't completely useless. At least, Muzan's survival ability was very strong. After obtaining the Muzan template, Leon also gained his powerful survival capabilities. Even if his body was hacked to pieces or chopped into chunks of meat, he could easily revive. In the original work, Muzan was slashed into blood by Yorichi Sugikuni, and in the end, even a single drop of blood could revive him. He could be called the hardest to kill trash. And Leon had obtained this ability too. It could be considered a gain. After experiencing Muzan's abilities, Leon walked out of the hotel. Driving the Ferrari 488 he bought a few days ago, he headed to Empire State University. Meanwhile, inside Empire State University, Peter Parker was hiding in a dark corner, waiting for Leon's arrival. At this very moment, Peter Parker had made up his mind. Just today, he was going to kill Leon. The Lizardman version of Peter Parker, affected by the side effects of the lizard serum. His entire personality had completely changed. He was no longer the innocent and wonderful Spider-Man. Instead, he had become a Lizardman monster. The underlying goodness was completely swallowed by the violence and bloodthirstiness of the lizard serum. In the original plot, Peter Parker had an excessive desire for Gwen. This caused him to attack Gwen directly after transforming into a Lizardman. And he was eventually killed by Gwen. Before dying, Peter Parker returned to his original form. He died in Gwen's arms. This once became a psychological trauma for Gwen. And now, because of Leon's intrusion, Peter Parker was no longer targeting Gwen. Instead, he pointed his spear at Leon. The resentment of being ignored by Gwen, and the anger of having Gwen stolen by Leon. At this moment, both transformed into killing intent in Peter Parker's heart, leaving him with only one thought. That was to tear Leon apart completely. He couldn't even wait for a second, he just wanted to kill Leon. And he didn't make Peter Parker wait too long. Soon, Leon drove his flashy red Ferrari into the school. Peter Parker let out an angry roar at this moment. Immediately after, transforming into a Lizardman, he tore through the wall in front of him and jumped down directly from the 4th floor. Then he headed straight for Leon. Leon hadn't even parked the car yet, when he heard a huge roar not far away. Turning his head, he saw Lizard Peter charging at him like a madman. Leon was a bit stunned for a moment. But soon, anger rose from his heart, and malice grew from his guts. As for Peter Parker, Leon felt he had done his best. He didn't even show off his relationship in front of Peter Parker. Last time Peter Parker tore down Leon's villa, Leon didn't kill him directly. As a result, one indulgence was met with Peter Parker's inch-taking. He tore down Leon's villa last time, and this time he wanted to tear down Leon's sports car too, right? Anyway, this time, Leon couldn't tolerate it. He didn't care if he would be exposed. He parked the car in a second and pushed open the door to get out. Then, facing Peter, who had made a huge leap into the air and was crashing down, Leon clenched his fist, aimed at the timing, and threw his serious punch. Accompanied by an explosion, Leon and Peter Parker's fists collided. Then, Peter Parker was like a baseball hit by a baseball bat, his huge body flew out directly. After flying nearly 100 meters in the air, he slid another dozen meters after landing. Finally, he crashed heavily into the wall of a teaching building. His entire body was embedded into the wall. On the other side, Leon just clapped his hands. Just a bit of wind and frost. And this sudden turn of events made the surrounding students open their mouths wide, looking at everything in front of them in disbelief. A Lizardman suddenly popping out was already surprising enough. But Leon was even more outrageous. Beating a Lizardman like beating his own son. Was this still the Leon they knew? Could it be that everyone who plays in a band is this kind of Superman? In the ruins of the teaching building, Peter Parker let out a painful howl. In the previous fist collision, Lizard Peter was not only sent flying. He was also punched with half of his body shattered. He didn't even know how many bones in his whole body were broken. Even with the powerful recovery provided by the lizard serum, he was stretched thin at this moment. The injuries were too heavy to recover. And most importantly, Leon wouldn't give him a chance anymore. In an instant, Leon had already appeared beside Peter. Then he reached out to Peter, who was still rolling on the ground. Chaos magic surged out, directly lifting Peter into midair. Then Leon squeezed his hand, and the powerful force caused Peter's body to be compressed together. Bones were crushed, flesh was mashed, and even his internal organs were severely damaged. And Peter could only roar helplessly, with absolutely no power to resist. Finally, Peter lost consciousness. His whole person also withdrew from the lizardman form, turning back into that Peter Parker. He just looked a bit miserable. Not to mention half of his body was missing, the remaining part was also twisted beyond recognition. Clearly, he couldn't survive. Just as Leon was about to deal the killing blow and completely squeeze Peter into a meatball, a sharp shout rang out. Stop. As the voice fell, a familiar figure landed in front of Leon. Gwen. No, to be precise, it was Spider-Woman. Before, when Peter turned into a lizard man and attacked Leon, Gwen was already present. At that moment, Gwen's first thought was to rush up to save people. But before she could, she saw a scene that left her dumbfounded. Her good boyfriend Leon actually punched the lizard man away. This made Gwen feel disbelief, but also relieved. Subsequently, Gwen also took the time to change her clothes, preparing to fight side by side with Leon. As a result, just after changing, she saw the scene of Leon brutally beating the lizard man. If it were just that, Gwen wouldn't have thought much of it. At most, Leon was a bit extreme and heavy-handed. However, when the lizard man transformed back into his original form and became Peter Parker, Gwen was completely stunned. How could the lizard man be Peter? Moreover, he had a conflict with her boyfriend Leon. The key was that Peter was about to die. Dying at the hands of her boyfriend. At this moment, Gwen's heart was filled with mixed feelings. But there was no time to think, so she immediately jumped out to try to stop it. Gwen was still too late. Just like other versions of Spider-Man. Any version of Spider-Man can save anyone. But they cannot save Peter and Gwen. Peter and Gwen are twins cursed by the web of fate. After one becomes Spider-Man, the other is doomed to die. There are no exceptions, it has always been this way. And now, it is the same. When Gwen entered the scene, Leon also withdrew the chaos magic. Peter fell from midair and was finally caught by Gwen. And Peter, as if he sensed Gwen's arrival. His consciousness, which had already gone silent, reawakened like a flash of light before death. Then, he said to Gwen, Gwen, I'm sorry, I seem to have caused trouble again. It's okay Peter, it doesn't matter, I'll take you to the hospital now, you will get better. Gwen was a bit at a loss. Peter was her childhood sweetheart who grew up with her. Although they weren't together, their friendship was real. But now, Peter was lying in her arms like mud. Gwen's feelings were indescribably complex. And Peter shook his head. No need to bother Gwen, I am going to die. But before I die, being able to see you again, I am already satisfied. I'm very sorry, I did something very bad, I am truly very sorry. Peter's voice grew weaker and weaker until it completely disappeared. And Gwen called out to Peter in sorrow. After that, Peter had no life left. Just like in the original work, Peter still died, dying in Gwen's arms. Nearby, Leon watched this scene, his heart without the slightest ripple. He just watched Gwen quietly, waiting for Gwen to make a choice. A few minutes later, Gwen stood up holding Peter's broken body, then looked at Leon. Even through the mask, Leon could feel that Gwen's eyes must be very complex. And the facts were indeed so. One was her boyfriend, the other was her childhood friend who grew up with her. They should have been the two most important men in her life besides her father. Yet they fought to the death today. And Peter died at Leon's hands. Could Gwen blame Leon? She couldn't. Because Leon himself was the one attacked. It was Peter who took the initiative to attack Leon. Leon just counterattacked, at most he hit a bit too hard. But in terms of reason, Leon was completely in the right. And blame Peter. Peter was already dead. This made Gwen completely not know how to face Leon. In the end, Gwen could only look at Leon with complex feelings. Then she shot a web from her hand and disappeared from the spot with Peter. Leon shook his head and sighed inwardly. Although Gwen didn't say it explicitly, Leon knew clearly. He and Gwen were already over. After such a thing happened. Leon also had no mood to continue staying at school. He drove back to the hotel. Then he came to the hotel rooftop, looking at the New York City skyline. There was an inexplicable feeling of loneliness. Just then, footsteps sounded. Natasha appeared behind Leon. I already know about today's events, although I am an outsider, I still want to say. I think you did the right thing. Leon turned to look at Natasha, she had already changed into a red dress. Compared to when she wore the agent uniform, she was a bit more charming. And to Natasha's words, Leon replied, I know I didn't do anything wrong. But, some things cannot be discussed in terms of right or wrong. Emotions even more so. Natasha nodded, indeed. After Peter's death, he and Gwen were basically over. Even if they could reconcile in the future, Gwen would have to overcome this knot in her heart first. Before that, don't even think about it. After a pause, Natasha suddenly said, "Want to go vent? Tell me, who to kill, this time it's free." Leon replied. He was very angry right now, finding a few unlucky guys to kill and vent would be nice. And Natasha looked at him speechlessly. His mind was full of fighting and killing, couldn't he use another way to vent? Then, Natasha took Leon to an airport. There was parked the latest model of US fighter jet. Natasha took Leon and sat in it. Racing cars or whatever, for Leon, had no more stimulation. With his stats, his jogging speed was faster than the fastest sports car. But racing a plane, he had truly never experienced it. Facts also proved, it was really stress relieving. When Leon learned briefly, then controlled the fighter jet at the fastest speed, whistling in the air, doing all kinds of high difficulty low altitude flying stunts. The depression in his heart was really vented quite a bit. Finally, when Leon was flying the fighter jet at an altitude of 10,000 meters, feeling the magnificence of the boundless sea of clouds. Whatever love or romance, it all seemed not worth mentioning. Night fell. Leon finished racing the plane. Returned to the hotel. He didn't rush to sleep, because Leon knew, Gwen would definitely come to find him tonight. And the facts were indeed so. When the time reached midnight, Leon felt Gwen's presence. Turning his head, right outside the window, he saw Gwen hanging upside down. Leon walked forward and opened the window, looking at the Spider-Woman before him. Spider-Woman also looked at him. A moment later, Gwen reached out and pulled off her mask. Gwen's familiar face was revealed before him. "Gwen, you came," Leon said to Gwen. And Gwen, hanging upside down outside the window, did not speak. Just brought her face closer. Then, she completed the classic upside-down kiss with Leon. This was their longest kiss. A few minutes later, they let go of each other. Then, Gwen said in a complex tone, "Sorry Leon, I think we need to calm down for a period of time." Leon frowned and said, "Are you blaming me? Blaming me for killing Peter?" Gwen shook her head. "No, I don't blame you, this time Peter was wrong. But, my heart is very chaotic, I cannot forget the moment Peter died in my arms. And in a sense, regarding Peter's death, I am the real culprit. Yes, I am the one who killed him." Gwen even now could not forget, when she delivered Peter's body to Aunt May and Uncle Ben. The desperate and sorrowful eyes of those two old people. Also could not forget, Harry Osborn using a voice hoarse from crying, telling her everything Peter did was to get closer to her. All of this made Gwen blame herself, feel painful, and unable to face it. And Leon, even though Gwen knew in her heart, Leon didn't do anything wrong. She still found it hard to face him. Whenever she thought of Leon, she would always think of Peter's appearance when he was dying. This also made her truly unable to continue being with Leon. So this time, Gwen came to say goodbye. She still loved Leon, but needed to calm down. Perhaps when she overcomes this knot in her heart, she could be with Leon again. In the end, after Gwen kissed Leon one last time with tears, she pulled on her web and left. And Leon, watching the direction Gwen finally left in, also silently shook his head. Oh well, from now on, lock away his heart and love. No women in his heart, be a supreme being. Pure love is not worth it. Following his temporary breakup with Gwen, Leon simply dropped out of school. His only purpose for going to Empire State University was Gwen. Now that Gwen was no longer there, why the hell would he keep studying? The knowledge in his head was far superior to that of the professors at Empire State University. As for the Mary Janes, unfortunately, it would have to disband. He wondered if the band members would one day kneel, grab Leon's hand, and tell him things like, "A lifetime. That's too heavy." It turned out that not going to school was really great. For the next few days, Leon let himself go. During the day, he went to his newly purchased villa to sleep. At night, he went to bars to fool around. Anyway, there was no love now, and he did not need to be responsible to anyone. He could just let loose. With his powerful physique, Leon did not even feel like using protection. What kind of disease could possibly beat his Ghost King cells? This depravity was seen by Gwen. Although she did not say it out loud, Gwen was actually reluctant to let Leon go. Therefore, she always secretly kept an eye on him. Watching Leon spiral into depravity at light speed, Gwen was heartbroken but could not say anything. She really could not face Leon in the short term, so she could only pretend not to see it. Then, she took out her anger at being cheated on the criminals in New York City. This made life miserable for the criminals in New York City. In the past, Gwen would only subdue people, but now she would beat them half to death. Many criminals urgently changed professions, deciding to lay bricks for a few days first. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D., in Pierce's office. Looking at the information about Leon collected by his subordinates over the past few days, the flame that had originally extinguished in Pierce's heart reignited. Ever since he fell into Leon's hands last time and even had Crossbones killed. Pierce had originally categorized Leon as someone untouchable. But now, watching Leon's depravity, Pierce felt there was another chance. Tell me, if we try to recruit him now, could we succeed? Pierce asked his confidant in front of him. After pondering for a while, the confidant said, "It is not impossible. He has suffered a huge blow, and his heart is currently in a state of confusion. Perhaps we can take advantage of his vulnerability. But we must use the right method, otherwise it will be the same as last time." Thinking of the results of the last operation, Pierce's confidant, a veteran Hydra agent, could not help but shudder. You have to know that when the Hydra people found Crossbones could not even be pieced back together. He was afraid of ending up like that too. Pierce was lost in thought. The right method, you say? Looking at the reports of Leon's energetic activities over the past few days, Pierce's eyes lit up. Perhaps he could give it a try. It was not just Pierce who was eyeing Leon. There was also Nick Fury. After finishing the report on Leon's whereabouts from Natasha, Nick Fury looked up at Natasha, wanting to say something but hesitating. Natasha frowned upon seeing this, and before Nick Fury could speak, she took the lead and said, "Don't even think about it. I am not interested in him." Nick Fury shook his head regretfully. If Natasha were willing to offer herself, even if Leon did not join S.H.I.E.L.D., at least he could establish a good relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D. In the future, if there was anything, asking Leon for a favor would be easy. Instead of how it was now, where everything required extra payment. Was it easy for him to be greedy for that little bit of money? Watching Nick Fury lower his head again, Natasha let out an imperceptible sigh of relief. In fact, if Nick Fury had been a little more insistent, Natasha might have agreed. The reason she rejected it was not that she really had no thoughts about Leon. It was purely because she did not want to have the barrier of a mission between her and Leon. But then again, sometimes people just need an excuse. A mission or something like that would be quite good. At least she could convince herself. For a moment, Natasha did not know whether to feel glad or disappointed. That day, as usual, Leon was hanging out in the largest bar in New York. He did not need to take the initiative. The moment he sat there, people would naturally approach him. Who could blame him for being handsome and a legendary musician? There were plenty of young and beautiful ladies who approached him, carrying dreams of becoming famous overnight. Just like that, a blonde girl who looked a bit like Britney Spears was walking towards Leon. But before she could get close, someone else got there first. "Leon, you're actually here." Turning his head, Leon discovered the person was Mary Jane. The other founder of the Mary Janes. Leon did not have any complicated feelings for Mary Jane. Therefore, he did not pay much attention to her. He said casually, "Then where should I be? In prison. Please, that was self-defense. Even the judge would not dare say I am guilty." Leon thought Mary Jane had come to find him because of Peter's death. But that was not it. "I am not looking for you because of that, but do you know that you have not come to band practice for several days? What exactly are you thinking? Are you planning to quit the band?" Mary Jane stared at Leon and asked. Regarding Peter, Mary Jane really did not have much of an impression. At most, she did not dislike him. Therefore, she naturally would not come to cause trouble for Leon because of Peter. But regarding Leon, Mary Jane really cared. You have to know that ever since their first performance, with the stunning song, Be What You Wanna Be, the Mary Janes had caught the attention of some record companies. Mary Jane had even received invitations from several record companies. As long as Mary Jane nodded, the Mary Janes she founded could release an album and become a successful band. But just at this critical moment, Leon suddenly stopped showing up. This was something Mary Jane could not accept. It was clearly Leon himself who said, a nobody or world famous. Yet now, Leon was not showing up. What was this, playing with her? Therefore, Mary Jane spent some effort to find the bar Leon frequented. She found him directly to confront him. And Leon smiled. What would happen if I went back? Gwen is not going either. Since neither of them is going, the band might as well disband. As for becoming world famous, hey, if you want, I will give you a few singles, guaranteed to make you world famous. Mary Jane was tempted for a moment. But soon, she noticed something wrong. She had not been suspicious before, but now, she started to doubt. What exactly was the relationship between Leon and Gwen? Just then, Leon had already stood up, ready to leave. Before leaving, Leon waved at that girl who looked like Brittany. The latter immediately trotted over excitedly. Mary Jane naturally could not just watch. She stood directly between Leon and the girl. Leon began to get a little impatient. What are you doing? I do not have time to mess around with you. I still have important business to attend to. Important business? I think you mean hooking up with women. Leon did not hide it and nodded directly. So what if I am? Is that any of your business? Then instead of choosing her, you might as well choose me. At least I am definitely disease-free, it is hard to say about her. Leon saw this and looked at Mary Jane seriously. Are you serious? Mary Jane did not answer, but by puffing out her chest to show her assets, she had already made her attitude clear. Seeing this, Leon naturally did not hold back anymore. He immediately put his arm around Mary Jane's waist and headed out. And the girl who had her chance stolen looked at Mary Jane with hateful eyes. Her gaze was so venomous it almost poked a few holes in Mary Jane. After one night, Leon was woken up by Mary Jane. By this time, Mary Jane was already dressed. But it was pajamas. The loose clothing couldn't hide Mary Jane's curvy figure at all. Compared to the girlish Gwen, Mary Jane was definitely the mature, older sister type. She perfectly embodied what it meant to be a blonde bombshell. I've made breakfast, want to get up and eat something. Looking at the beautiful Mary Jane, Leon reached out, grabbed her, and pulled her down. Compared to breakfast, I find you much more tempting. Wait, hold on. Another half hour passed. Leon, ignoring Mary Jane's eye roll, arrived in the living room. He sat at the table and tasted the breakfast Mary Jane had prepared. Not bad, the taste was actually okay. Mary Jane then said, forget about what happened last night and today, we have no relationship from now on, okay? Leon, who wanted exactly that, nodded decisively, that's for the best. Mary Jane was almost furious. Couldn't you have hesitated for a moment, or shown some reluctance? But then she thought, forget it. Mary Jane sat opposite Leon and began to bite into her bread fiercely. As if the bread were Leon. Afterward, Mary Jane soon left. Last night she had simply acted on impulse, combined with the not insignificant affection she had accumulated for Leon. That was why she had gotten carried away. Now that she had calmed down, she felt a bit awkward being with Leon. So she just ran off. Leon naturally didn't care about these things. After breakfast, he soon went out to continue finding amusement. As a capitalist country, the good and bad of America were very obvious. When you have no money, this place is hell. You never know when you might be dragged off the street and used for human experiments. But conversely, when you have money, this place is heaven. You can easily get whatever you want. There are plenty of people willing to deliver it to you. And Leon belonged to the latter. Before the system loaded, Leon didn't dare to be so indulgent. Afraid that he might accidentally run into trouble and just die. But now, he had nothing to fear. Might as well live it up. For example, today, Leon accepted a friend's invitation to head to a bar that was rumored to be the highest quality bar in all of New York. Here, you could see all kinds of handsome men and beautiful women that you don't usually see. Leon didn't care about the handsome men, but he had to check out the beautiful women. After entering the bar, Leon admitted that the rumors were true. This was indeed the highest quality bar in all of New York. Whether it was the decor, the equipment, or the guests playing here. Everyone was of top-tier quality. Leon didn't pay attention to the men. He only looked at the girls. Each one had top-tier modeling and high-stat figures. The key was that their skin was all snow white, the kind that reflects light under the lamps. The only drawback might be that it wasn't very suitable for ordinary people. Because many of the guests here were not human. They were vampires. That's right, this bar was actually a vampire den. Using the gimmick of handsome men and beautiful women to attract unlucky souls into their trap. For those with value, these vampires would try to recruit and develop them. Those without value were purely there to be food. And Leon naturally belonged to the valuable targets. After all, he was a well-known musician with a high reputation in the music industry. If they could develop Leon as a vampire subordinate, then the vampire's reach could even extend into the entertainment industry. That place was truly a den of monsters and the most suitable field for vampires to develop. It was precisely based on Leon's value that the vampire behind the scenes was willing to pay a high price. They directly arranged for 3 top-quality vampire escorts for Leon. Leon, of course, didn't refuse. Facing sugar-coated bullets, you just have to eat the sugar and shoot down the bullet. That was exactly what he did. After having a blast on the dance floor for a while, Leon soon left the bar with the 3 vampire escorts. Afterward, it was naturally time for an intense battle. After some ghostly wailing, Leon looked at the 3 limp and powerless vampires and shook his head. This combat power was not up to par. Then he tidied his clothes and prepared to leave. As for wiping out the vampires, forget it, Leon wasn't exactly a good person. He was a man who possessed several villain templates. Not becoming a villain had already used up all of Leon's conscience. As for fighting evil, being a superhero, or anything like that, he really had no interest. Not to mention, these vampires not only didn't harm him, but they also made him very happy. If he turned around and killed them all, that would be too inhumane. However, before Leon could open the door, it was pushed open from the outside. Then, several men in suits walked in. Seeing the 3 limp vampires. These men all had subtle expressions on their faces. Afterward, the leader said to Leon, "Friend, you just take what you want and leave, isn't that a bit uncool?" Leon thought for a moment after hearing this, then nodded very seriously. "That's true, if this gets out, others might think I'm stingy." Saying that, he took a few US dollar bills out of his pocket and handed them to the lead man. "This is payment for these 3 angels. Please tell them when they wake up that I was very satisfied." The leading male vampire was stunned. He didn't know how to voice the countless complaints in his heart. First of all, they were a proper vampire den, not a brothel. Secondly, you call a vampire an angel, who are you insulting? Finally, even if it really were a transaction, you didn't pay much. 3 vampires of this quality, it starts at tens of thousands a night, okay. Seeing that Leon was really about to leave just like that, the leader hurriedly stopped him. Then gritted his teeth and said, "I originally wanted to talk to you properly, but since you are so unreasonable, don't blame me. Anyway, in a moment you will be obedient to me." In the vampire community, the hierarchy was quite strict. Higher level vampires had absolute dominance over lower level vampires. Therefore, the lead vampire didn't want to waste any more breath on Leon. Take a bite, turn Leon into a vampire, and then there would be no more problems. As for why they went to the trouble of sending 3 vampires to lure Leon, it was purely to let Leon taste some sweetness. That way it would be easier to control him later. But Leon didn't give them any face. They had no choice but to use force. And Leon didn't care at all about the vampire's threat. Instead, he earnestly advised, "Listen to me, let's end this here. I really don't want to kill everyone right after having a good time. Why do you have to force me?" Such a threat, naturally, would not be taken to heart by the lead vampire. Instead, it made him even more furious. Then, without further ado, he reached out to grab Leon's throat. And then, there was no then. Leon struck first after being attacked, grabbing the lead vampire's head. Then, with a slight exertion, he tore off the head along with the spine. He tossed it on the ground, just like throwing away trash. And this scene left the other vampires collectively dumbfounded. Oh no, they had encountered someone pretending to be weak to prey on the strong. Actually, Leon wasn't playing the fool at all. He had never held back. However, shield had been covering for him all along. Shield suppressed the scandals regarding Spider-Woman. His killing of Lizard Peter at Empire State University was also suppressed by Shield. There wasn't even a news report. Only a few witnesses from that time knew of Leon's true strength. And these vampires, of course, had no idea. So, it turned into a tragedy. Leon had always lived by one principle. Either don't act, or if you do, wipe them all out. Since he had already made a move, Leon naturally wouldn't be polite anymore. In no time at all, he slaughtered every vampire in the room. He didn't even spare those 3 vampire girls. His heart had long since grown terrifyingly cold, so he naturally wouldn't show mercy. Next were the vampires in other areas. Before Leon's overwhelming strength, the other vampires had no power to resist. They were killed by Leon before they could even react. After finishing, Leon leisurely left the bar. As he left, he felt a secret sense of regret. Now there was one less fun place in New York. Shortly after Leon left, a black man wearing sunglasses arrived at the scene. Seeing the vampire corpses scattered everywhere, the man was also taken aback. Then, he felt a surge of great satisfaction. To Blade, vampires weren't even comparable to animals, let alone humans. The more that died, the happier he was. I just don't know who did all this, it would be great if we could team up. Blade thought to himself. Don't you know how to show some restraint? So what? I didn't kill any innocents. Facing the accusation from Natasha over the phone, Leon retorted righteously. Natasha was so angry she laughed. True, you didn't kill innocents, but it would have been better if you had killed everyone. By only killing the vampires and not the bystanders, many people saw Leon was the one who did it. Besides, Leon wasn't some nobody, he was quite well known. To prevent the news from spreading, Shield reluctantly spent a sum of money to make the witnesses sign non-disclosure agreements. This money should have been Nick Fury's. Nick Fury, feeling the loss, couldn't help but call Natasha over and give her a scolding. He blamed her for not keeping a better eye on Leon, allowing him to act so recklessly. Natasha was also angry enough to laugh, and then she gave Nick Fury a piece of her mind. She almost made the black braised egg turn red with rage. After scolding Nick Fury, Natasha still wasn't satisfied. She called Leon directly to vent. Leon naturally wouldn't admit any fault. He had long since passed the stage of self-reflection. If there was a problem, he always looked for the cause in others. He didn't think there was anything wrong with his actions at all. After bickering with Natasha for a few more sentences, Leon hung up. Back at S.H.I.E.L.D., Natasha was so furious her chest heaved incessantly. Her leather suit almost couldn't contain her. Help! Help! While driving past an alleyway, Leon heard cries for help coming from deep within. Any other superhero might have gone in by now. But Leon acted as if he hadn't heard anything and instead sped up. Don't be ridiculous, he wasn't a superhero. He had absolutely no motivation for doing heroic deeds. The next second, the girl who was calling for help ran out of the alley. Leon recognized her at a glance. Olsen. No, in this world, she should be Wanda, the Scarlet Witch. But how could Wanda be calling for help, especially while being chased by a few ordinary thugs? There was a problem. Leon instinctively sensed this. But then again, being a man overflowing with such a sense of justice, even if he knew something was wrong, how could he bear to watch Wanda be bullied? So he slammed on the brakes and stepped out of the car. Seeing Leon meddling, the 2 thugs chasing her put on a fierce act. One of them even reached into his jacket, as if he were about to pull out a gun. But Leon was faster, drawing his gun and firing in one smooth motion. He swiftly sent the 2 thugs on their way. American Iijutsu, Leon knew the 2. Watching Leon kill 2 people so decisively, even Wanda was stunned for a moment. Even as a member of Hydra, she felt Leon was a bit too ruthless. But she soon shook her head and stopped thinking about it. Following the script, she jogged over to Leon's side and hugged him, pretending to be terrified. Thank you for saving me. Otherwise, I can't imagine what I would have faced. If I hadn't saved you, you'd probably be facing 2 corpses. Leon complained in his heart. Of course, on the surface, he put on a concerned look and hugged Wanda back. Then he comforted her in a low voice. In the distance, Quicksilver, watching this through binoculars, almost ground his teeth to pieces. You really took the chance to get handsy, you fool. Once Wanda succeeds, just wait and see how I'll settle the score with you. What happened next was simple. Wanda tearfully claimed her father gambled, her mother was sick, and her brother was studying, so she had to carry the family burden alone. She said she smuggled herself into New York to work, only to be cheated by a shady agency. She escaped at the critical moment, only to run into those two thugs. Now she was penniless, homeless, and had no passport. She begged Leon for help, saying she was willing to repay his kindness by doing anything. Leon naturally didn't believe a single word. But that didn't stop him from wanting to see what Wanda actually planned to do to him. So he took her back to his home. Seeing Leon and Wanda drive away, Quicksilver took out his walkie-talkie to report to his superiors. Target approached. Wanda is with him. If all goes well, our goal will be achieved tonight. On the other end of the line, SHIELD headquarters. Vice Director Pierce couldn't help but let his lips curl up. Very good. He made us lose Crossbones, so let him become our new Crossbones. That's right, all of this was arranged by Pierce. He wanted Leon, this sharp blade, far too much. For this, he didn't even hesitate to bring in the siblings Wanda and Quicksilver. And Pierce's plan was quite simple. Have Wanda find an opportunity to get close to Leon. Then have Wanda use her mind control abilities to control him. Finally, bring Leon back to the Hydra base and use the brainwashing machine to continuously brainwash him. If everything went smoothly, Leon would be the new Crossbones of Hydra. Unfortunately, it wouldn't be that smooth. Pierce couldn't have imagined that Leon knew the original story and recognized Wanda. So from the very beginning, Leon was mentally prepared. Secondly, Leon knew that Wanda hadn't fully grown yet. She hadn't yet become the world-shaking Scarlet Witch of the later stages. Wanda's current mind-washing abilities alone weren't enough to handle him. Not to mention, Wanda wasn't staying with Hydra out of genuine loyalty. The fact that Wanda joined the Avengers in the future showed she wasn't loyal. Making Wanda defect would be far too easy for Leon. In short, this time, Hydra was destined to lose both the bait and the hook. Bringing Wanda back to the villa, Leon began to arrange a place for her to stay. To be honest, Wanda's acting was quite green. Leon could tell at a glance that she was lying. But he didn't call her out on it. After settling Wanda in, Leon went to take a shower. Leaving Wanda behind to observe her surroundings, looking at the furnishings inside the villa. As she looked around, Wanda thought of her home in the past. Sorrow and hatred involuntarily appeared in her eyes. If she wasn't so unsure of herself right now, she would have let Leon go and headed straight for Stark Tower to kill Tony Stark. Wanda and Quicksilver originally lived in Sokovia, in a happy family of 4. But a war destroyed everything. During the war, Wanda's home was destroyed by a bomb, and her parents died on the spot. She and her brother, Quicksilver, were in the ruins, watching in fear and despair as a shell marked Stark Industries landed not far away. Fearing that the shell would explode in the next second, killing them completely as well. After Wanda was saved, she and Quicksilver made a vow together. They would definitely take revenge on Tony Stark to seek justice for their deceased parents. That was why they joined Hydra and worked for them, simply because Hydra promised to help them fulfill their wish. As for Leon, Wanda and Quicksilver originally didn't want to come. Their hatred was very pure, they only hated Tony Stark. But Pierce from Hydra told them that Leon was the world's top infiltration master. With Leon's help, they could easily infiltrate Stark Tower or sneak Tony Stark out. By then, wouldn't their goal of revenge be achieved? Therefore, Wanda came. Following Pierce's instructions, she prepared to control Leon. However, it was different from Pierce's plan. Her and Quicksilver's plan was that after Wanda controlled Leon, they would bypass Hydra, take Leon themselves, and go find Tony Stark to take revenge. After the revenge was over, they would let Leon go, and they would leave Hydra. To put it plainly, they weren't loyal enough to Hydra to begin with. Their relationship with Hydra was more of a partnership than a subordination. Once the cooperation ended, they would naturally run off. And the premise of all these plans was to first control Leon. Otherwise, it was all just empty talk. While she was thinking, Leon walked out of the bathroom. Seeing Wanda standing in the living room, feeling lost, he kindly said, "Why don't you go rest first and we can talk about anything tomorrow?" Wanda naturally wouldn't wait until tomorrow. She blushed a little as she looked at Leon, then rolled her eyes and said, Sir, why don't I give you a massage? I'm actually quite good at massaging. Leon's expression was a bit strange, but he still agreed. It was the perfect chance to test the difference between chaos magic and chaos magic. Sitting down on the sofa, the Scarlet Witch came behind Leon. Immediately after, Leon felt two slightly cool, small hands touch his head. Leon, who no longer had biological weaknesses, naturally didn't care about this and let Wanda do as she pleased. Wanda didn't rush to act either. She first slowly massaged Leon's neck and shoulders, and after feeling that Leon was relaxed enough, she slowly placed her hands on his temples. Leon admitted that Wanda wasn't bragging, she really was good at massaging. Feeling quite comfortable, Leon simply closed his eyes and enjoyed it. Seeing that it was about time, Wanda began to cast her spell. Wisps of crimson energy appeared and seeped into Leon's head along Wanda's hands. Leon naturally noticed it, but he didn't call her out and let Wanda do her work. A moment later, Wanda finished her technique and told Leon to open his eyes. Seeing that Leon's eyes were completely occupied by crimson, Wanda nodded with satisfaction. This meant it was done. In the distance, Quicksilver saw this scene and immediately flashed over, arriving inside the villa in an instant. Seeing Leon, who had become like a robot, he prepared to step up and make a move with a wicked grin, but he was stopped by Wanda. Alright, stop playing around. Let's hurry up and get down to business. Out of respect for his sister Wanda's authority, Quicksilver behaved himself. Wanda then came to sit opposite Leon and said to him, "Do you know Tony Stark?" "I know. A famous playboy, genius physicist, and also one of the richest people in the world. If Tony Stark were your enemy, would you have a way to kill him?" This time, Leon didn't rush to answer, but thought for a moment. Then he nodded and said, "Yes. Although Tony Stark is rich and powerful, his security is not tight. His personal bodyguard is called Happy, a fat and stupid slob. And Tony Stark loves to party, so I could kill him given any random opportunity." Hearing this, Wanda and Quicksilver looked at each other and both saw confusion in each other's eyes. Wait, it's this simple. If they had known it was this simple, they would have done it themselves. You have to know, the reason they cooperated with Hydra was because Hydra promised them they would kill Tony Stark and help avenge their parents. As it turns out, if they had known it was this easy, there would have been no need for Hydra. And soon, Wanda and Quicksilver realized they had been deceived by Hydra. Hydra had deliberately exaggerated the difficulty of killing Tony Stark to use it as leverage to exploit them. And with that, the plan had changed. The reason Wanda wanted to control Leon before was entirely because she felt unsure and intended to use Leon's power to deal with Tony Stark. But since it was so easy to kill Tony Stark now, did they still need Leon? What should we do? Quicksilver thought of this question too, so he looked at Wanda and asked. Wanda thought about it and made a decision. Forget it, this is our personal vendetta, don't drag others into it. Besides, that guy Tony Stark is rich and powerful, killing him will definitely offend many people. When we're on the run, are we supposed to bring him along? Quicksilver thought about it and agreed, so he didn't object anymore. From this, it could be seen that Wanda and Quicksilver were essentially good people. It was just that out of hatred for Tony Stark, they had chosen to side with Hydra by mistake. Later, after letting go of her hatred for Tony Stark, it was clear what her true colors were when Wanda joined the Avengers. However, just as they were about to leave, Quicksilver suddenly thought of something. Wait, he seemed to have taken advantage of you during the day. I have to teach him a lesson. Wanda looked at Quicksilver with amusement, but she didn't stop him. In fact, she wanted to do the same. But she still reminded him, go easy, and don't hit his face. Got it. Saying this, Quicksilver came in front of Leon. Then he raised his fist, preparing to land a few hits on Leon's body. But the next second, Quicksilver's fist was gripped by Leon. Before the fist could fall, it was caught by Leon. Quicksilver was stunned for a moment, then realized something was wrong. He hurriedly looked up at Leon. Meanwhile, Leon was looking at Quicksilver with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. In Quicksilver's dazed gaze, Leon landed a punch directly on his face. Then came another punch, bam. After two punches, Quicksilver passed out immediately. Only then did Leon turn his head to look at Wanda. Wanda was also stunned by this sudden turn of events. You weren't controlled. At this moment, where was there any crimson in Leon's eyes? This meant that from the very beginning, Scarlet Witch Wanda's control over Leon had failed. It didn't work at all. Instead, she herself had been played by Leon. After realizing this, Wanda spread her hands, and crimson energy appeared. She was ready for battle. Leon, however, didn't care at all. Because he had already figured out Wanda's strength. The current Wanda could not pose a threat to him. It's like a small country threatening a superpower. The superpower wouldn't feel offended, only amused. It was the same here. In Leon's eyes, Wanda's guard was not only not dangerous, but actually quite cute. Are you sure you want to fight me? If you ask me, why don't we sit down and have a good talk? Since your massage earlier was quite comfortable, I won't make things too difficult for you, how about that? Facing the unhurried Leon, Wanda hesitated for a moment, then finally withdrew her energy. In the end, Wanda chose to submit. Half an hour later, Quicksilver woke up. Before he even opened his eyes, he felt a sharp pain in them. Then he noticed that his current situation was not very good. His whole body was bound by a purple energy, unable to move. Relying on the narrow slit of his vision, Quicksilver also saw his sister, Wanda. Seeing that Wanda was fine, Quicksilver breathed a sigh of relief. But soon he noticed Wanda's attire. He immediately jumped up in anger. Because at this moment, Wanda had changed into a maid outfit. A proper one. But even so, paired with Wanda's voluptuous figure, it still looked quite sultry. You guy, come at me if you have anything, let go of my sister. Quicksilver shouted at Leon, who was enjoying the massage service from the maid Wanda. Hearing this, Leon opened his eyes and looked at him amusedly. Do you mean you want to wear a maid outfit too? Although I'm not into that, I'm still willing to watch the fun. This. Quicksilver shut his mouth. Him wearing a maid outfit. Just thinking about that image made Quicksilver want to vomit. After a long silence, Quicksilver couldn't help but say, we admit defeat, just tell us directly, what do you want us to do? As long as it doesn't violate our principles, we are willing to do one thing for you. It's not what I want you to do, but what do you want to do? If I remember correctly, it was you who provoked me first, okay. I was just fighting back normally, making it seem like I'm the villain. Although his power did come from a villain. After some haggling, both sides finally agreed on the terms. That was that Wanda and Quicksilver would work for Leon for a month. Quicksilver would be Leon's bodyguard and run errands. And Wanda would be Leon's maid, and also be responsible for cleaning the house. These conditions were not harsh, and Quicksilver and Wanda finally agreed. Quicksilver had originally wanted to run away directly. After all, the two siblings didn't really keep their promises. But one sentence from Leon made them afraid to move. You can try running away, but if you do, I will stay by Tony Stark's side from now on. Believe me, with me there, you will never be able to take your revenge. Nailed it. Quicksilver and Wanda behaved. Compared to revenge, mere labor was not worth mentioning. Afterwards, Leon also learned about Hydra from Wanda and Quicksilver. After hearing this, Leon directly asked Wanda and Quicksilver a crucial question. You plan to betray Hydra, so what will you do in the future when facing Hydra's pursuit? Perhaps you might not be afraid, but isn't it troublesome? Quicksilver and Wanda were speechless. They had only considered revenge before, never how to live after revenge. But no matter what, a life of being constantly hunted was definitely not what they wanted. If they could live a stable life, who would want to be a rat in the sewer? As for killing Hydra back, that wasn't impossible. But Hydra was notoriously hard to kill. If they really got entangled with Hydra, they would have endless trouble in the future. Looking at Wanda and Quicksilver's somewhat heavy faces, Leon smiled and stated his plan. How about we make another deal? I will help you deal with Hydra, and you will continue to work for me for a term of 3 years. Wanda and Quicksilver looked at each other, and both saw the temptation in each other's eyes. A mere 3 years in exchange for resolving the threat of Hydra. It was simply too profitable. After all, they were still young, and 3 years later they wouldn't be that old. By then, they could go anywhere in the world. Furthermore, working for Leon wasn't like being a slave. Leon paid wages and even provided food and housing. Thinking about it seriously, it actually wasn't a loss. But Quicksilver didn't believe Leon so easily. He looked at Leon and said in a deep voice, how can you ensure that what you said is true? What if you were lying to me? Since that's the case, I'll show you a bit of my sincerity. Wait, I'll help you deal with Hydra right now. Subsequently, Leon took out his phone in front of Wanda and Quicksilver. He found Natasha's number and called it. Speak. Natasha might still be angry, and her tone was not very friendly. Leon didn't waste words. Give me Nick Fury's contact information. Natasha thought for a moment before realizing who he was referring to. She couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. Then she asked, "What do you want his contact information for?" "I have a deal I want to discuss with him." Natasha replied, "I'll ask him, or I can let him contact you." A few minutes later, Leon's phone rang. After connecting, Nick Fury's voice, pretending to be profound, came through. "I heard you have a business deal you want to discuss with me." Leon went straight to the point and said to Nick Fury, "Hail Hydra." At that instant, inside the SHIELD headquarters, Nick Fury, who was just about to drink tea, couldn't hold it together. He spat out a mouthful of tea. Then, without caring about tidying up the table, he anxiously demanded, "Where did you hear that slogan? What exactly do you know?" Nick Fury was truly panicked. Because this was Hydra. In its prime, Hydra had once set the whole world on fire. Even Nick Fury didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless when facing Hydra. And Leon was laughing at this moment. Seeing Nick Fury like this, he knew he was going to make a fortune. Knowing Nick Fury was in a hurry, Leon didn't tease him on purpose. He said directly, "I can tell you about Hydra, but you know, it'll cost you." Nick Fury took a deep breath and replied in a deep voice, "How much do you want? You decide, let's see if I'm satisfied." Nick Fury cursed him for being black-hearted, but still, suppressing his heartache, he spat out a number. And Leon only replied with 2 words, "Goodbye." Intelligence on Hydra, and he only offered a measly 10 million. Do you look down on me, or do you look down on Hydra? Nick Fury had no choice but to report a new number before Leon hung up. But the answer he got was the dial tone of a disconnected call. Nick Fury was so angry he wanted to smash his phone. But then he thought about how expensive the phone was, so he held back. No choice, he was used to being frugal. How do you think Nick Fury amassed such a fortune? By saving, surely not by corruption. A moment later, an impatient Nick Fury dialed Leon's number again. This time, he made up his mind and offered a number that Leon couldn't refuse. 1 billion. For an organization as massive as SHIELD, 1 billion was far from enough for even a month's operating expenses. But for an individual, 1 billion US dollars could keep you living in luxury for a very, very, very long time. Leon knew when to stop and didn't continue the extortion. Although Nick Fury would likely have agreed even if he asked for more. But one should always leave a way out for others. After settling the price, Leon gave his intelligence directly. Keep an eye on your old friend, the deputy director of SHIELD, Pierce. Believe me, he will definitely give you a surprise. Oh, a friendly tip. Never ask anyone inside SHIELD to investigate him, because you never know whether that person is SHIELD or Hydra. After saying this, he hung up the phone. And Nick Fury, after hearing Leon's words, he subconsciously laughed. When people are completely speechless, they really do laugh. He couldn't even imagine if what Leon said was true. Then was he the director of SHIELD, or the director of HYDRA SHIELD? Was it Hydra that infiltrated SHIELD, or was it him, Nick Fury, who infiltrated Hydra? Instinctively, Nick Fury wanted to treat what Leon said as a joke. But his reason kept telling him. This was not a joke. It was the truth. That was even more terrifying. Okay. While Nick Fury was questioning his life inside Leon's villa, Quicksilver and Wanda were also questioning their lives. Watching Leon, who had just hung up the phone. Their eyes were filled with envy and longing. After all, a single phone call earned 1 billion. It was too outrageous. What's more outrageous is that this money was fleeced from the director of SHIELD. Even back in Hydra, they had heard more than once that the director of SHIELD, Nick Fury, was the #1 corrupt official. Being able to squeeze money from a corrupt official. Leon really had something. But soon, Quicksilver and Wanda's eyes lit up. Now that Hydra within SHIELD had been exposed, they would inevitably face a full-scale purge by SHIELD. By then, not to mention whether Hydra would be wiped out. But the Hydra in North America would definitely be gone. In that case, wouldn't they be safe? Although Leon was a scumbag, he didn't lie. A new week began. Leon also received the villain template sent by the system on time. A relatively obscure guy. The protagonist from the movie, Brightburn, the major villain Brandon Breyer. An existence that was almost an anti-Superman. His abilities were almost on par with Superman. Steel body, super speed, super flight, and the iconic heat vision. However, unlike the original Superman, the Brightburn Brandon was the opposite of Superman. He was born evil, and in essence, he was a biological weapon that descended to Earth. After awakening at age 12, he committed carnage against his parents and tore apart an airplane. And at that time, he had only just awakened his abilities a few days prior. At the same time, according to the movie's post-credits scene, one could know. In the end, the Brightburn Brandon completely destroyed Earth. His heat vision pierced and disintegrated Earth. This also meant that once the Brightburn Brandon grew up, he possessed combat power comparable to a normal Superman. And now, this combat power of a normal Superman belonged to Leon. Almost the instant he accepted this villain template, unimaginable power began to surge into Leon's body. It began to transform him from the most basic microscopic level. When it was all over, Leon felt better than ever. He had a feeling that from now on, the world would bow at his feet. This was not an illusion. It was just that the power of the Brightburn Brandon was too strong. So strong that Leon couldn't help but want to test it out. He walked out of the room and came to the courtyard of the villa. Then, without hesitation, he instantly soared into the sky. A sonic boom cloud appeared almost instantly. But the speed of sound was far from matching Leon's speed at this moment. It only took a few seconds for him to appear in outer space. There was absolutely no need to worry about the problem of not being able to survive in outer space. On the contrary, after arriving in outer space, Leon instead felt like a fish in water. The temperature in space, close to absolute zero, made him feel refreshed. The ubiquitous cosmic radiation made Leon feel like he was home. And in space, looking down at the blue planet beneath his feet, Leon had a strong urge to fire a shot of heat vision. Fortunately, he resisted it. Then he turned his head and looked behind, into the depths of the profound universe. Leon did not hesitate and flew out quickly. In space, Leon's speed could be maximized, directly reaching the speed of light level. In an instant, he arrived at the moon. He walked on the surface of the moon and left the words, "I was here," on a plane. Then he continued to fly outward. He arrived at Mars in 30 seconds and used his heat vision to plow a rift on the surface of Mars comparable to the Great Rift Valley. Then he continued to fly further away. Finally, after a few minutes, Leon arrived at the outermost edge of the solar system. Among those dense asteroid belts. The asteroids here, the small ones were as big as houses. And the large ones were comparable to a continent on Earth. Leon found a relatively large one, then his heat vision fired at full power without hesitation. It hit this huge asteroid directly. In 1 second, it pierced through the asteroid, the terrifying heat causing the asteroid's volume to begin to expand. In 2 seconds, cracks appeared on the asteroid, and the interior of the asteroid had been melted by the extreme high temperature into something like a reactor. 3 seconds later, the continent-sized asteroid exploded directly. Countless dust particles were ejected in all directions. And Leon also retracted his heat vision with satisfaction. Now, he could be even more unbridled. SHIELD. Headquarters. Nick Fury watched the video footage sent over by SWORD. He nearly fainted from shock. Flying out of the atmosphere in seconds, then soaring through space at the speed of light. Arriving at the edge of the solar system in minutes, his heat vision blasted straight through a meteorite the size of a continent. Are you even human? You are literally Superman, aren't you? Yes, Nick Fury's first thought was that Leon was literally Superman. Because the abilities were just too similar. Even the stats were very similar. No normal person is this outrageous. So much so that Nick Fury asked himself countless times if there was any way to restrain Leon. The conclusion was always no. How could you restrain this? This level of stats, this constitution, this destructive power. A nuclear bomb dropping on Leon's face would just be a photonic skin treatment for him. It wouldn't even break his defense. How could anyone contend with an existence that could ignore even nuclear bombs? Perhaps Batman might be able to come up with a plan. But Nick Fury definitely couldn't. He could only try to please him. He had to treat Leon like an ancestor and keep him on a pedestal. Nick Fury was terrified that if he offended him even slightly, Earth would be dismantled by Leon. Thinking of this, Nick Fury also remembered his previous shady maneuvers. For example, the $1 billion he promised to give Leon, Nick Fury had wanted to pay in installments. Like waiting for a year or so before paying it all off. That way, he could earn some interest. But now, he should just pay it all at once. Otherwise, he was worried that in the next second, he would see Leon looking at him with glowing eyes. If he offended an ancestor like Leon, even Captain Marvel couldn't save him. After soaring through the solar system, Leon returned home. Not only was he not tired, but he actually felt invigorated. As expected, the highest state of freedom is flight. The moment he returned home, he happened to see Wanda doing chores in the living room. And Quicksilver was playing with darts. On the dartboard, there was a headshot of Tony Stark pasted on it. Quicksilver was very accurate. Every dart landed right between Tony Stark's eyebrows. Seeing this, Leon thought for a moment and said, "How about we go kidnap Tony Stark first, so you two can get your revenge?" Wanda and Quicksilver, who were busy playing darts and doing chores, were stunned. They looked at each other, both feeling somewhat incredulous. He was being this accommodating. Wasn't he afraid that they would run away after taking their revenge? Honestly, they would have been quite worried before. But now, they weren't worried at all. If Quicksilver dared to run, Leon would dare to drag him back and hang him up to beat him. After some discussion, Quicksilver and Wanda eventually agreed to Leon's proposal. Revenge, after all, is best served sooner rather than later. As the world's biggest arms dealer and a well-known playboy, Tony Stark's daily life was something ordinary people couldn't even imagine. Debauchery was too low level for Tony. A pool of wine and a forest of meat wasn't even enough to describe it. Today was no different. Tony was sailing his luxury yacht, accompanied by Victoria's Secret supermodels who had just finished their runway show. Playing out at sea. Having a fun party. As for what kind of party it was, don't ask. Just know that things were getting increasingly scantily clad. And just as Tony was in the mood, on the verge of getting to the main event, Leon descended from the sky, landing in front of Tony. Tony was stunned, subconsciously taking off his sunglasses. But before he could speak, Leon had already grabbed his shoulder with one hand and shot straight into the sky. Amidst Tony's screams, Leon flew him rapidly back to New York. Then returned to his villa. With a casual toss, he threw Tony onto the ground. The eyes of the siblings, Wanda and Quicksilver, cleared up. Any thoughts of secretly running away completely vanished. Given the speed Leon had displayed, even if Quicksilver ran until his legs broke, he couldn't compare to Leon's casual flight. But immediately, they snapped out of their surprise. Looking at Tony Stark, who was still confused about the situation. Intense hatred radiated from the eyes of Wanda and Quicksilver. The enemy was right in front of them, why worry about Leon now? Getting revenge first was the important thing. With this thought in mind, the Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver surrounded Tony Stark. As if they were about to rush up and kill him the next second. At this moment, Tony Stark's mind was completely blank. He had been having a great time on his yacht, and then, inexplicably, someone flew down from the sky. Then he was inexplicably taken away. Then he was inexplicably brought here. Before he could figure out what was happening, a young man and woman looked like they wanted to kill him. Honestly, the situation changed so fast that even Tony was a bit overwhelmed. Then Tony saw the woman in front of him, crimson energy surging in her hands. Instantly, Tony's eyes widened. Just as he was about to say something, he was dragged into the air by a force. And then slammed violently onto the ground. This impact nearly made Tony vomit all the alcohol he had just drunk. However, although he didn't vomit the alcohol, he did spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. Wanda struck with hatred, naturally showing no mercy. This blow was extremely heavy, directly breaking several of Tony's ribs. It hurt so much that Tony let out hoarse screams of agony. But this was just the beginning. After Wanda finished her revenge, there was still Quicksilver. He rushed quickly to Tony Stark's side and started kicking him in the face. He nearly kicked Tony to death. Immediately after, Quicksilver grabbed Tony by the collar and flung him toward Wanda, who was standing to the side. Wanda caught Tony in midair, and with a wave of her hand, Tony flew out again. This time it was even worse, he crashed directly into the wall. When he landed, Tony's body was already twitching uncontrollably. On the verge of being beaten to death, Tony Stark finally managed to use his willpower to speak his first sentence. Wait, I have no grudge against you, why are you doing this to me? Tony was truly confused and genuinely felt aggrieved. He had been inexplicably brought here and beaten up, even though he hadn't done anything at all. Hearing Tony's words, Wanda sneered and recounted the experiences she and Quicksilver had endured. After listening, Tony fell silent. He was somewhat speechless. Yes, he could make excuses, he could deflect by saying he was completely unaware. He was just an arms dealer. It wasn't him who invaded Wanda and Quicksilver's home, nor was it him who ordered the bombing that killed Quicksilver and Wanda's parents. But Tony didn't even believe these words himself. He couldn't even convince himself. As a famous genius, Tony Stark, could he say he didn't know what kind of character the United States government had? Could he not know what the weapons he sold to the United States military were used for? Could he not know that these weapons would land on the heads of innocent people? Of course he knew, otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to war-torn regions to promote weapons in the original story. He just never thought about it carefully. And he never felt there was anything wrong with it. It wasn't until later, when a Stark Industries missile landed on him, that he felt the pain, that he realized it was unconscionable. But it was already too late. A prodigal son returning is certainly a good thing, but the premise of a prodigal son's return is that he must pay the price for his previous actions. And now, it was Tony's turn to pay the price for his actions. There were no twists. There was no suspense. In front of an enraged Wanda, Tony Stark died, just as expected. Wanda snapped his neck directly, he was dead as dead could be. After taking her revenge, Wanda was suddenly lost in a daze. Looking at Tony's corpse, she knelt powerlessly on the ground and covered her face, sobbing. Quicksilver's eyes were also red-rimmed, and he didn't speak. He just silently came up behind Wanda and patted her shoulder to comfort her. As for Leon, he looked at Tony's corpse, wondering how to dispose of it. After all, he couldn't just leave it in his house. That would be so unlucky. In the end, Leon still contacted Nick Fury. He intended to let S.H.I.E.L.D. clean up the mess. Nick Fury was stunned when he heard the news that Tony had been killed. Nick Fury was no stranger to Tony Stark. Although they didn't interact much, Nick Fury was familiar with Tony's father. Howard Stark was one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. and a good friend of Nick Fury. And today, his good friend's son had died. Honestly, for a moment, Nick Fury really wanted to say his catchphrase to Leon. But in the end, reason made him hold back. Because Leon wasn't an ordinary person, he was a Superman, a god among men. Offending Leon wouldn't just result in the death of a single Tony Stark. However, out of feelings for his old friend, Nick Fury still asked Leon in a deep voice. Why did you kill Tony? Leon silently glanced at the still crying Wanda and Quicksilver, then said, I don't like him, enough. Nick Fury was silent. That was certainly enough. Did an existence possessing the power of a god among men really need a reason to kill? Not liking someone was enough. Who could possibly say no? Finally, Nick Fury said to Leon, I'll send people over immediately. Then, he hung up the phone. Immediately after, Nick Fury didn't care how much the phone cost. He angrily smashed it to pieces. This time, Nick Fury was truly angry. But being angry was useless, he could only hold it in. He could only hide in his office and rage impotently. When was the last time he felt this kind of powerlessness? Nick Fury couldn't even remember. Panting heavily, after smashing everything in his office that could be smashed, Nick Fury finally gradually calmed down. Then, from the debris covering the floor, he picked up a piece of paper that was still intact. He raised his hand and wrote a line of text on it. Anti-Superman plan. Yes, Nick Fury was learning from Batman, starting to think about how to restrain this lawless guy, Leon. Just like how Batman guarded against Superman. He was also guarding against Leon. Actually, Nick Fury had always had similar plans before. But none of them had been placed at the top of his action sequence. But today, the death of Tony Stark caused Nick Fury to place this plan at the highest priority. Tony Stark was dead. Once this news broke, it immediately became the hottest topic in the world. Countless reporters swarmed toward Stark Industries, wanting to know the details. For such big news, even finding just a tiny exclusive clue could make one's career take off. The authorities only gave one explanation for the death of Tony Stark. A car accident. Tony Stark was driving under the influence and unfortunately got into a car accident. And ended up dead in the wrecked car. As for whether people believed it or not, that was none of the authorities' business. And this unconvincing reason could only fool the ordinary public. It definitely couldn't fool smart people. For example, Tony Stark's secretary, Pepper Potts. She absolutely did not believe what the news said, that Tony died in a car accident. In fact, Pepper had already found out that Tony hadn't been driving at all that night. Instead, he was on a yacht having a party with a group of supermodels. By using some methods, Pepper even learned that night, a mysterious guy descended from the sky and took Tony away. After that, it was the death of Tony. Therefore, in the eyes of Pepper Potts, Tony had died at the hands of that mysterious guy. But who exactly that mysterious guy was, Pepper Potts hadn't found out yet. Mainly because Leon had worn a mask that day. But even without clues, it wouldn't make Pepper Potts give up. She swore she would definitely find out the truth about the death of Tony. For this, Pepper Potts even found Tony's personal bodyguard, Happy Hogan. Wanting to ask Happy to investigate with her. Facing Pepper Potts's request, Happy quickly agreed. In fact, I also absolutely do not believe that Tony would die in a car accident. You know, Tony and I met during a car accident, and ever since that time, Tony stopped driving himself. Instead, he let Jarvis do it for him. How could Jarvis possibly get into a car accident? Happy was originally a retired boxer. Later, when Tony got into a car accident while racing, he saved Tony. Subsequently, he became Tony's personal bodyguard and friend. Now that his friend Tony had died under mysterious circumstances, how could he remain indifferent? So he immediately agreed to Pepper Potts's request. Of course, there was another reason Happy didn't mention. That was, he actually liked Pepper Potts. So he couldn't refuse Pepper Potts's request. In many parallel worlds, Pepper Potts's husband was actually not Tony Stark, but Happy Hogan. Theoretically, these two were the real pair. Tony was the third wheel. Relying on the money and connections she had accumulated while being Tony's secretary, Pepper Potts's investigation soon made significant progress. For example, she learned about some individuals possessing extraordinary abilities. And just when she wanted to continue learning who exactly had the ability to descend from the sky and take Tony away, someone found her. Nick Fury. Hello, I am FBI agent Nick Fury. I am very sorry about Tony's death. Honestly, he was a child I watched grow up. Old Howard and I were very good friends, he taught me a lot. So, will you join us? Let's find the murderer who killed Tony together. Pepper Potts said to Nick Fury. But Nick Fury shook his head. I'm sorry, miss, I am here to have you stop your actions. You don't understand what kind of existence you are looking for. But I know that if one day you truly learn the truth, it will only bring disaster upon you. Nick Fury still had some feelings for Tony, or more accurately, for Howard. Therefore, upon learning that Pepper Potts was secretly investigating the mastermind, he couldn't help but come out to stop her. He was afraid that if Pepper Potts really investigated the truth, it would lead to her death. He hadn't protected Tony well, he couldn't fail to protect Tony's friend too. But Nick Fury's good intentions were not appreciated by Pepper Potts. Instead, it made Pepper Potts hate the mastermind even more. And the real mastermind was already sailing out to sea on a small yacht, enjoying a comfortable vacation. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.